Wah wah wee wah. Wah wah wee wah. Wah wah wee wah. Very nice. How much? Very nice. There's an upcoming thing. Delete forever, please. Thank you. That's not the actual title. YouTube does a little bit of trolling. Hopefully. Vigi game. Go. War in Iran. Now we just need our bullshit here to work, folks. Let me tell you. There you go. My heckin' browser broke. Well, no, it's just frozen. Yes, yes, encoding overloaded. Yes, yes, I know. You're using all your RAM. Yes, yes, very cool. Ay, 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 ay. It's very, very, very fucking annoying. Whatever. Alright, work has been completed on this shit. Fantastic, excellent. Very cool, very good. Now, what do we need? Rocket fuel. When do we need it now? Mostly just to consume all of the extra oxygen and bullshit. Hydrogen venting. We'll probably make use of that recipe. More than likely. Where is it? Hydrolox rocket fuel is what we want. That can only be made in the hydro plant. Fair enough, I guess. That is kind of annoying because we're going to get mixed quality of fucking rocket fuel, which is not ideal. Mixed quality rocket fuel, not ideal. Not exactly what we're looking for. There should be water, not that. There you go. Still, it's not a bad idea to have some of this going, though. Oh no, it's Boy Meets Mini, being a LARPer probably. What do you want, Boy Meets Mini? That son of a bitch, Boy Meets Mini. Why are you gay? Why are you gay? Who says I'm gay? You are gay. And that's rocket fuel. If we can also somehow get rid of all of the random quality fuels we make as well. But having a trickle of this stuff is never really bad, so it's fine. Not a particular fan how I keep getting uncommon rocket fuel. I'm not gonna lie, but it comes with the fucking territory. Okay. So what else do I need? I need reinforced glass. And then we can finally start to make some useful products. Okay. Salt reactor. We need these things. We will eventually need these things. Eventually we'll need pressure domes. And hydro plants making more hydro plants. Alright, cool. Next thing we need is reinforced glass, which means we need sand, limestone, and salt. To get the salt, with all the extra hydrogen and oxygen and hydrogen that we're going to be making, because we're going to be using this as our regular salt output. These salt machines are for molten salt for the reactors that we're going to be building eventually. This salt is going to be used for general sort of purposes. Now that I know where the coral is, I know in which directions I need to go in order to secure coral. We're going to run a very, very long belt towards the coral because we need to turn the coral into limestone. Coral spoils into limestone eventually, so we just mine it, leave it on a long belt, and that's that. We don't care about how long it takes to transport. Sand is extremely easy. You stick a mining drill literally anywhere, and that's sand. Very easy, very squeezy, very lemon, very breezy. We should probably start to think about taking out all of this crap. Lovely. Very cool. Very cool, very good. We're making progress. Perhaps I could use this uncommon rocket fuel. Use that to make a bunch of bullshit. That seems like a good idea. Well, let's do that. Use that to make liquid rocket fuel for calciners. So then we can use that for glass making. Perfect. Found a perfect use for all those shitters. Alright, where the fuck's my ship? I want you to bring me something, but I don't remember exactly what. Yes, I just need the radar. Perfect. There's our big old coral reef that we are going to extract. We need to leave some of them for fish. Some will be for fish. For fish food and whatnot. And some will be for, whatever the fuck. Also, Boy Meets Mini, I don't think I need to say this again, but our YouTube commenters are getting more and more stupid. Now, I know what you're going to say, Boy Meets Minnie. Oh, you're shocked? Well, obviously, I'm not shocked. I'm saying this rather, of course, rhetorically, of course. Like, these people are wholeheartedly, like, incapable of just listening to a fucking video. Like, they can't do it. It's impossible for them. Like, listening to a statement on something that someone says is, like, anathema to them. They can't fucking do it. It's not that it's attention span, Boy Meets Minnie. I think it's information siloing. What's that red bit? A piece of coral? No, there shouldn't be enemies on this planet. There are no enemies on this planet. In fact, how can we know? If you hover over the planet, it would say. What I'm seeing here are the fauna, which is a lot of different kinds of fish. Every kind of fish on the planet, seemingly. Great models, by the way. The guy who made the mod for this did a fantastic job. The coral, the saline water, and the sandstone, as well as the mollusk husks. That's it. Oh, and the polyplasts, but those are for, again, getting your dumb ass started. That was a crack there. It was really good. But yeah, like, I don't know if you've seen any of the comments, Boy Meets Minnie. A lot of these Asmongold viewers are seemingly hyper fixating on the stuff that I said about the Vice article with Anna Valens talking about Kersha. I have not read the Anna Valens article. I mean, could I find a way to read the Anna Valens article? Probably could. When I was talking about the shit with Kersha, I was summarizing all of her misdeeds. I was not talking about the merits of the article that was written about her in Vice, because I did not care about that in particular. But these retards basically took that as an opportunity to be like, you're taking Anna Valens' side in that whole sort of conflict, because of course you would. And I'm just like, that's not... When did I ever say that? It's like, of course you would take Anna Valens' side. It's like, okay, well, first off, I'm going to assume what Anna Valens more than likely talked about is that how Kersha is a plague on the VTubing space. That is a fact. First off, that's true. What she's saying there is not fucking wrong. But I didn't fucking talk about the actual article itself because none of it really pertained to what I was talking about. I did not care. Yeah, that's your libtard lefty opinion. It's just like, okay, I mean, yeah, sure, but I didn't talk about the fucking article itself. I didn't care. It didn't matter. I even mentioned the problems with Anna Valens. She had, and I specifically referenced to the with most of the fucking points brought up by Kersha, was I would probably refer to my own video, because we talked about that. Her belief in the Great Replacement Theory. Would you believe it if also all these like dumbasses believed in the Great Replacement Theory as well? Saying like, you didn't debunk anything inherently about the Great Replacement Theory. It's just like, what she's actually saying is true. It's like, okay, so then you do agree with my point that she's just saying this because it's racist. Like, because the Great Replacement Theory is the nonsense theory that's been forever shat on and criticized, and it's just a wholeheartedly just stupid, idiotic fucking belief. Like, you're just telling on yourself here that you're not an honest actor, you're not interested in actual good faith debate. You have a bias, and that's all you fucking care about. That's it. Also, we're just going to run a long belt. because we are mining the coral for limestone. So just running a long belt is preferable, because all we care about is just having that coral spoil. Now, we are going to need coral for some other things, and that's when we will transport it and process it appropriately using the submarines as logistics. But this is coral for limestone, so basically we would probably just want to use it as a way to just make a bunch of whatever the fuck, limestone, because we need limestone. Limestone also gives us access to calcite, which means then we will want to go into the trench, so we can get some stuff from the trench. Well, let's remove all this shit. But yeah, if you basically look at all the shit that's basically being mentioned in there, Boy Meets Mini, at no point in time, to my fucking knowledge, to what I remember, do I ever mention anything about the merits of the Anna Valen's article? Because it does not matter. Like, I don't care about her fucking article, because it's irrelevant to the overall point that I'm making. But we're dealing with Asmongold viewers, and they are not. They are very, very unintelligent. Who even knows if they're British? They're definitely fucking stupid. Because they're not even engaging with any of the points that I'm saying. It's just like, I didn't even say that. Like, isn't most of Asmongold's audience UK chuds? Is it? I know he has a large contingent of them because they've been obsessively talking about him, saying like, oh my god, he's like so fucking based. I keep wanting to talk about Amelia. And I think I will talk about Amelia at some point in time. About how she, quote-unquote, became the chud sort of mascot. Okay, I think I might just have to put in some fucking thruster packs in here, because god, this thing is so fucking slow. Exoskeletons. This thing doesn't accept thruster packs. That's fine. Exoskeletons are also acceptable, because man, I do not like how slow this fucking thing is. Whomst? You've never heard of Amelia? I've definitely mentioned her in passing. What's up, Alex? But Amelia is essentially a PSA for British extremism, basically. Yep, you know who exactly she is, don't you, Alex? Purple hair girl. All the chuds basically decided to make Well, you didn't now. Oh, now you know who fucking Amelia is. What is it? Because of how I said Amelia? What am I too fucking European for you or something? Fucking Americoid. Fucking goddamn Americoid. So yeah, Amelia, as we all know. Also, because Amelia it's also a Romanian name. Okay, so I'm not 100% like pronouncing Amelia 100% accurately, but that's more or less how it sounds. So that's how I fucking pronounce it. Okay, Amelia was essentially a British government, a state government PSA for as to why being a chud is bad. Great, fantastic that you're putting out that message saying that a chud is bad. The problem is and it's a really, really big problem. Yes, it's shallow, and it was just terrible. Because me and a bunch of buddies of mine, some of the ML buddies that I still have, they're good people. A little, like, more conspiratorially minded, but I like them. They're good people. Even though, yeah, they're kind of silly MLs. I really don't agree with them, politically on a bunch of different issues, but I agree with them on a lot of other fucking shit. Generally speaking, period, end of story. Wait, hold on. I have to say, like, literally. Okay. By the way, I don't know how many times this has to be said about the Save Act, but 93% of Americans support a very specific poll-tested question. And if you ask them more specific, like, questions about what the Save Act actually does, then they don't actually fucking support it. Stupid. But whatever. Yes, the one extremely vague question. Yeah, do you support only being allowed to use a passport at the poll? I'm pretty sure if you were to frame the question to the American people that way, polling for the Save Act would drop vociferously, because it's just like, no, fuck that, absolutely not. Or do you support having to have your fucking birth certificate on you in order to be able to go vote? I guarantee polling for the Save Act will drop off of a fucking cliff. Because there's another vote for the Save Act, and, obviously, it passed the House because, everyone's a fucking goddamn chud in the House. Doi. Including one fucking Democrat who decided to go along with it. But I think it's like... I don't know which Democrat it was. I almost want to say it was Jared Goldman, maybe. He's retiring. Dog shit. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. If you were to poll the American people on the specifics of the policies of the SAFE Act, I can guarantee that shit is dropping off of a cliff in terms of approval rating. Guaranteed. You know, whatever. I am mostly debating with barely humans, barely literates, so... Whatever. But we are, got another nice little sub bump. Well, I guess the Anna Kasparian video has caught within the algorithm. So, it is doing pretty well. The Anna Kasparian simps are very fucking strange. You know, there was one comment in there saying, like, I don't know why everyone in the replies is mad about this. He's just correct. It's like, yeah, I know, I am correct. Everything is there. All the tweets, some of the segments she had, everything. And all these, like, retards are saying, like, no, you're just wrong. It's just like, okay, whatever. Like, continue being, like, simps for a dumb fucking Karen. Like, that's really not my problem. I could care less. Like, cattle. These people are sheep. And also there was someone who was getting really upset about the fact that I was calling them cattle and sheep. And it's like, oh, what, you're gonna cry? Well, you're gonna fucking cry, bitch, moan, complain, shit your pants that I'm calling you cattle? Shut the fuck up. You're trying to intellectualize all of, like, I don't know, like Asmongold's collected schizophrenia. That's really not my problem. You are a sheep. You are cattle. These are all just ad hominem attacks, and you're not addressing all of my arguments. It's like, I have addressed your fucking arguments. You're just too stupid to rebut any of the points that I've had. / you are not rebutting any of the counterpoints that I am making. You're just saying ad hominem because I'm just making fun of you for being an idiot. Yeah, meanwhile, these people will call Indian people monkeys. Yeah, like, I mean, listen, these people are fucking subhuman. Like, they can't engage with basic argumentation and logic because they're too stupid to be able to do that. Like, they can't do it because they're just retarded. They're just dumb. Like, they're just not very bright, intelligent people. I sit there and I question, like, their ability to be able to, like, formulate thoughts in sentences. Because they can't seem to fucking do it, like, ever. Why am I low on LDS again? Because I'm low on copper? Do I need more copper? Looks like I need more fucking goddamn copper. Or I just need more rocket silos. That is probably what it is in reality. And that I can oblige. But yeah, Asmongold viewers are just extremely fucking unintelligent, like, human beings. They are incredibly fucking dumb and stupid, and I just sit there and I'm just like, you know, there's a reason why, like, people are using monikers from fucking 4chan and are unironically calling you people fucking cattle and sheep and barely fucking sentient, because they interact with you and speak with you on a constant fucking basis. You people are barely sentient, are barely fucking literate. It seems. And everyone who has to fucking deal with all of your incessant nonsense is not particularly happy about the fact that they keep having to deal with all of your people's fucking incessant nonsense. Yeah, exactly. They call Somali people that, like, they can go fuck themselves. Like, I don't know what, you guys can dish it out, but you can't fucking take it? Like, shut the fuck up. Like, it's one of those situations where it's just like, stop being such little fucking pussy-ass little bitches. Like, pull yourselves up by your bootstraps and stop being such little fucking namby-pamby fucking losers. Look at them. Disgusting. But yeah, I mean, there will be a time and a place where Asmongold will have his fucking reckoning. And it'll happen sooner than he probably thinks. Yeah, inshallah. Exactly. Boy Meets Mini. Because, man, he's just so fucking dog shit. Why do these get loaded 12 at a time? That's so strange. But I really need these fucking submarines to go faster. This shit is just so fucking slow, and I have no idea why it's so goddamn slow. Okay, well, that's my actual shit. It's 10 by 6. Some legs is better than no legs. But yeah, I too also look forward to the plague of the Asmongold viewer to eventually be just like completely and utterly wiped out. Because it is a plague. They'll grow up? Not always. Not always. Very often, these people do not grow up. True, look at how many unks I gotta argue with. Look at my fucking comments section. I mean, it's bad enough that, like, now friends of mine in other Discord servers are just like, yeah, your comment section's just nothing but a gaggle of fucking retards. How do you find these people? I'm like, I make videos about Asmongold. That's how I find these people. I make these people very, very irrationally angry over being correct. To my benefit, obviously. It's working. I'm gaining fucking subscribers. It's effective. Conservatives fear-mongering potentially about Canadian free speech again? Forgive all the more serious posts, and this is from a Chud VTuber. More chuddy, I'd say. As a Canadian whose job is being a public figure, this is extremely serious and impacts everyone in this space in Canada. The bill the Canadian government is aggressively trying to pass right now removes your religious and political protections, so police will be able to arrest you for quoting the Bible in public, including on Twitter and other social platforms, or for anything they deem hateful, really. Okay. By the way, this exact same shit happened for Bill C-16. Yeah, I'm also betting that's probably not the case. Same shit happened with Bill C-16. I would have to see what it is. I am not seeing what the bill number is. Bill limiting free speech Oh, by the way, there's basically nothing, because I believe the another conservatives now crossed over into the Liberal Party. The Liberals now have a majority. They can't fucking do, like, no one can do shit about it. It's Bill C-9. The Combating Hate Act. Aimed, this is the AI overview, so, you know, grain of salt, grain of salt, grain of salt. Aims to amend the criminal code to curb hate propaganda and restrict protests near religious and cultural sites. Wait, wouldn't this be a protection of churches that these people are fucking complaining about? Creating new offenses for hate-motivated crimes and public display of hate symbols. Critics warned this along with Bill C-63, an Online Harms Act risking chilling free speech, penalizing peaceful protests, and lowering the bar for criminal charges. Okay. Bill C-9. Focus. Targets hate speech and restricts protests around community, cultural, and religious centers. Okay, so again, what more than likely the purpose of this is to prevent Christian nationalists, because they also exist within Canada, from doing a lot of fucking hate protests within where exactly? Oh, fucking mosques and shit, and also gurdwaras specifically. That's the name for religious sites for Indians, if I recall correctly. Boy Meets Minnie, is that correct? Gurdwaras, I think? Because... for Sikhs. What is it for fucking... okay. For Sikhs... okay, we do have a bunch of Sikhs. What is it for the Hindus? Is it just temples? Hindus and fucking Sikhs, okay? Like, listen, we don't, our fucking chuds, they don't really give much of a shit. Like, to them, it's all the same, right? Mandirs. Okay. Temples in English, mandirs for Hindus. Gotcha. Right? And I guarantee you, I don't even have to look up the statistics on this. I can just guarantee that hate crimes on those two particular sites have been going up significantly. I don't even, like... that is I think, the fucking easiest bet that I can make. I don't have to look that up. Boy Meets Minnie, you just more than likely agree with me on this one. You don't have to look that shit up. I can guarantee that is the case within this country, in Canada. Guarantee it, okay? It's the easiest call of life. And we all know why. It's because of all the schizophrenic conniptions that a lot of these people have. Yeah, Pajit this, kebab that, even though, like, those aren't even remotely the same sort of, like, religions and, like, cultures and whatever. Canadian racists are obviously not intelligent, and racists in general are not very smart. Okay, that is a much better speed. Oh yeah, we are zooming now. Much better in terms of the speed. That was a good decision to bring these exoskeletons. Way better. But yeah, it should really go without saying that hate crimes within Canada on those two specific populations, Sikhs and Hindus, have been going up significantly, right? Let me see. Like, let me just do some quick research. Canada attacks on Sikh and Hindus. Violent clashes and rising tensions between groups of Sikh activists and Hindu supporters have occurred in Canada. Interesting. Could even be in pertinence to that as well, where there could be protections because of this as well, because of the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, right? Who was a Sikh activist who was killed by the RSS. But of course, the Christians are going to make it hyperfixate on themselves specifically. Anti-Sikh sentiment in Canada. There's a fucking Wikipedia article about this. Wow, and it's been a thing for a very, very long time, ever since 1907 in Canada. And yep, because we've always had a pretty big fucking Sikh population in this country. Always had a pretty big one. I don't know why, but we just do. Sikhs like coming here for whatever reason. But yeah, there's been a lot of anti-Sikh sentiment in the history of this country. So that is aiming to fucking try to protect that. Is it going to be implemented perfectly? Probably not. Because we are talking about the Liberals. And the Liberals are very incompetent. But Christians always have to make everything about themselves. Always. Because of persecution of Sikhs in India, I'm guessing. That, honestly, it's also because of infighting between Sikhs and Hindus here. That is a thing that happens very often. I mean, again, we had a high profile, very, very fucking high profile political assassination that happened in this country, like, literally 2 years ago. Done by a foreign power. Which we were not happy about that. In the 80s, yes, there was a bunch of them as well. Yes. Continuing onward with this. Risk chilling free speech, penalizing peaceful protests. Yes, this could very, very well happen, right? Because again, well, first off, it turns out the government is never really your friend. Of course not. The government is evil. Who would have fucking thought? But the problem is that there are genuine fucking problems in terms of Sikh sentiments quite recently for these problems, which means the state is going to fucking react. Now, if the state can also use this as an excuse in order to consolidate more power and control for itself, then it will. Like, duh, obviously. The Christians will always hyperfixate on themselves specifically. This is a constant thing that they do all the fucking time. It's stupid and it's annoying and it's fucking very cringy and fucking stupid. Alright, that's a lot of sand and fucking stone that we have. That we need to get rid of first. Let me just double check. Glass. It's salt as well. Okay. Also, by the way, in the Canadian, Charter Rights and Freedoms, we do not have the same free speech protections as they do in the United States of America. We have quite a few fucking limiters, right? Because I can guarantee you, like, Bill C-16, which all these people fucking fear-mongered over, did not lead to the arrests of anybody. Period, end of story. There's only, like, one story that they can point to, but that's because that dude, I think even still got released anyways, and it didn't pertain to Bill C-16 whatsoever. Like, Jordan Peterson, for example, fear-mongered about it, and it was lying. Shocker, I know. Oh, so look at us. Look at us getting coral. Wow, an outpost. Very, very cool. I want to put this in 2 belts. That's right. We can't be calling people N-word. Can't be saying N-word, N-word, N-word. Fucking Lee Atwater style. We have to talk about force bussing. I don't want to talk about no force bussing. That's gay libtard shit. That's gay and lib. Tard. Okay, I don't want you guys to have power yet. That's fine. Yes. I do remember that movie Hoodwinked. How fast do you guys mine this? That's pretty fast. Okay, this is fine. Also, for whatever reason, we're having a fucking snowstorm here, so that's cool. That's always fun. Listen, you can just Pepe pirate it, Pepe. Just do a little bit of yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum. It's probably available online somewhere. I think. I don't see why it wouldn't. Alright, I did need to bring all of my mining drills. And set up this fucking coral outpost. But yes, we're reading more stuff about this shit. So focus. Targets hate speech and restricts protests around community, cultural, and religious centers. Introduces penalties for promoting hatred by displaying hate or terrorist symbols in public, and criminalizes intimidation or obstruction of access to those locations. Civil liberties groups fear it could criminalize lawful, peaceful protests and create bubble zones, which is entirely the case with all of this sort of like hate speech stuff. Which is why, generally speaking, I do not like hate speech laws all that much, because, again, it can very much be used by the state in order to chill free fucking speech. But the problem is like, well, we have had high-profile political assassinations happen in this country, like, not that long ago. That was last year. Yes, libs do really like these laws. Well, I mean, if it's Hindu phobia specifically against Boy Meets Minnie, a non-Hindu, then I suppose the liberals are okay with that. But yeah, nice fucking meme. Uh, 417, you say? Very nice. It's fantastic. On that note, the Hindu fash freaks will call me Hindu because of my ethnic background. They replace Indian with Hindu. That's epic. Well, Boy Meets Mini, we are critical racist theorists. I probably need to grab more belts. In fact, I definitely need to grab more belts. And as a result, we have to be incredibly racist about this. As expected. We're going to keep those for later because we're probably going to make use of those exoskeletons for additional submarines. Of which we should probably make some locally here. As alongside the vehicle depots. Alex, are you being racist? Good. Continue. We are the critical racist theorist here, of course. God, I can't fucking see shit, man. The fuck is this? Listen, the coral looks beautiful. It's fantastic. But making belts for this shit, very fucking annoying. Because I can't see shit because of the coral. I can't see. I can't see shit. You're pretending to be a Hindu nationalist. Good. We need some more pretend racists, of course. Very important. We have to stay on our toes constantly to be able to combat racists with our against pretend racists. What better pretend racist can there be besides a person on the left? As we all know, This is why I, Da Harumba, left the left. I couldn't pretend to be racist anymore. I can't believe that my free speech is being chilled in this manner and fashion by all of these lefty, lip-cuck, fucking dipshit losers who are preventing me from expressing my free speech and my free expression, from being able to be as racist as possible against racists. How dare they? How dare they, I say? You know, here's an application of Canada's hate speech laws being applied in a way that I'm okay with. Calling the Proud Boys a terrorist organization, I'm okay with this. I have no problem with the application of any form of, like, hate speech laws against them. Because objectively speaking, they are a terrorist organization. And they should not be allowed to organize within Canada. And if people want to be like, my slippery slope, unfortunately, if we're talking about the Proud Soys, there really is no debate when it comes to those guys. They are objectively a piece of shit. Like, they can, eat shit as far as I'm concerned. Yes, Gavin McInnes is Canadian. Yeah, Alex out here is asking the CQ, the Canadian question. Many such cases. Trust me, I've also asked this question many a times myself. The CQ. Okay? You're not slick. I have also asked the CQ. Everyone, make sure you get your Pepes out. Very, very important. She is also Canadian, yes. And also, fuck the Destiny, so. Yep, Crowder's Canadian. Everyone get your fucking Pepes out. We're getting our fucking rarest of Pepes. Very important that we get our rare Pepes out. To talk about the Canadian question. Does Canada deserve to exist? JF Garepi. But, I believe JF Garepi, I don't remember what exactly happened to fucking Garepi, but he is no longer here. He's, I think he was killed. I think he's dead or something. I don't know. Or he got captured. He was also in the Epstein files, by the way. JF Garepi, so. Oh yeah, this has been known for a while. He's either dead, or, because we can make the assumption that he killed his wife. It's more likely the case that he killed his wife. You know what, you didn't know about that, Alex? Oh, this has been, like, known info for a while. He's essentially been on the missing for this whole time. And he's been looked for this whole time. We have no idea what happened to JF Garepi. We don't know. As far as we possibly know, he could still be at large. We don't know. We literally have no idea. As far as we can tell. And that's unironic. Look at all our beautiful, beautiful coral. It's time to turn it into a bunch of fucking limestone and extract it for its mineral resources. Guy who faked his death in Wisconsin tried to flee to Canada but was caught at the border. Why the fuck why did he fake his death? That's the immediate question. Why was he faking his death? What was that guy up to? What's up with that dude? Well, hello. Holy shit! The fuck was that thing? That looked like a boss of some kind. That looked like one tough son of a bitch. This is bad. There's a hole in my defenses. Oh, they've been chilling here for a while. Okay. All the large enemies still get easily fucking wiped out. We're gonna have to come up with a solution, aka combat, an offensive solution to take care of this problem. Here. There's the problem. Leviathan Frost Biters and Leviathan Frost Spitters. That is more than likely what we got attacked by. I also saw that there was a spitter that had an AoE attack. That's probably the issue. Right there. Alright, time for some attacks. That was a big worm that we just fucking instantaneously murdered. You see that worm? That thing is gigantic. We don't care about the smaller fries. Those guys are pretty much irrelevant, I'd say. I don't know what those are. That's a nest. That was a big worm. That's a nest. May need to get another artillery range upgrade. So we can keep shooting at all these fucking putos. The south looks like it's clear for the most part. Yeah, the south looks fine. Take out this nest as well. Because that's a decently large nest near our pollution cloud. Take out this nest. Take you out. I am out of ammo. Alright, that should be fine. 5 is fine. There's another big nest right here, but we'll need to wait for our artillery. These two are definitely getting pollution. Once we get enough artillery shells, we'll destroy that nest as well. But that should be all of the immediate threats taken care of. These guys are a bunch of small fries. We don't really have to care about those guys. We'll take out this nest eventually. Yeah, the obelisks are probably going to be the thing that mostly takes them out. Should be all good then. Okay, we are probably fine. Probably. No more frost bugs. 6 nests, huh? There's somewhere in the pollution cloud that I can't see. That's fine. Alright, all that is left now is for us to wait. Balance the belt. And get a bunch of limestone. Alright, that's the limestone. Let's get the sand now. And then we need salt. And that will be reinforced glass. Which we can use foundries to make them. But I think I'd prefer to use calciners, because calciners take up less space in comparison to foundries. We'll see what's faster. I mean, no, they're both going to be the same, because calciners and foundries both have the exact same stats. 4 crafting speed, 50% base productivity. Crafting speed 4, crafting speed 4, base productivity 50, base productivity 50. They are the exact same, except calciners pollute more. Because they consume liquid in order to gain power. Which is fine. It's whatever. No discernible difference. Which is why I wanted to make a bunch of liquid rocket fuel. No, we are polluting the air domes. Get it right, Boy Meets Finny. We are polluting inside of big pressure domes. Clearly nothing can go wrong if we do that, right? Clearly. Alright, now we're going to make a bunch of sand. Do I have no more big mining drills? I do have more big mining drills. Why do you keep doing that? Fuck off. Of course, we could just underground our way through all of the rest of this bullshit here. Not a big deal. And it won't leak. What do you mean by that? Okay, yo. This middle section here is purely going to be used for power. Reinforced glass. So we'll just do this. Because we need to now make executive decisions in terms of where we're placing all of our fucking shit now. We'll leave this middle section here probably as a connecting tissue / able for power purposes and a bunch of other shit. As well as making items on hand. That's what we're going to do. This will probably be used for other processing needs. And a bunch of other shit will be used for a bunch of other shit. Okay. Because I'm trying to use bots, I think, with this base. We're not going to be using too many belts. I think it's more convenient if we use I mean, look at that robot energy usage. This area is definitely meant to be used with bots. So we're going to be using bots. Not too many belts. Mostly going to be bots. I mean, the pressure domes themselves are meant to also be, like, big-ass shitters for that as well, so. Although the funniest thing about all of this is this can be, like, a pretty good way to teach you how to make city block infrastructure. It's not bad. Okay, calciners. The only other thing that we need now is salt. Of which we will need plenty of. For differing purposes. We're not going to use the salt from here. We're going to make a separate facility. So this stuff is going to make the saturated filters. So that means when we do salt electrolysis, we're not going to use the hydro plant for those. We're going to use probably the electrochemical plants instead, so we get more salt. Because again, like I've said before, there is a reason why we want salt of random qualities for here. Because when we turn that stuff into molten salt, these random quality salts can give us more molten salt. Which is overall good for, well, power production. Because that's purely what molten salt is used for, power production. Here, we just want regular ass salt. So let's grab the electrochemical plants, because these things definitely cannot be placed underwater. As I suspected. And use it to make a bunch of salt. It's a decent amount of salt per second. And if we do one of these, what's that go up to? Because we need salt for a bunch of different stuff. I believe for the for the hydraulic science pack, rather. It needs salt. Although, honestly, we can make a little facility for that separately. Because making salt is not very difficult. Yeah, salt. You do need salt. And then worm specimens. We'll get to the worm specimens eventually. And that's probably the most complicated thing, but salt and saline water, those are very, very easy. Asmongold on why he speaks up about Iran, even though both political aisles are pushing back. Also ask where the feminists are for the Iranian women's soccer team. Bro, you don't give a fuck about the Iranian women's soccer team. That's very stupid. Also, he always engages with, like, Krasenstein fucking tweets, and Krasenstein is just fucking clickbait. Like, okay, whatever, bro. It's a very contentious topic, even among anyone who's right-wing or conservative. I think my position is accurate, fair, morally principled, and in the best interest of America. Yeah, the extermination of about, 92 million people is very, very morally principled. Okay, man. Where are all the feminists for the Iranian football players that are going to be sent back and systematically executed for not saying their Pledge of Allegiance? Aren't they? Didn't they get asylum within Australia or something? No feminist thing. Like, I don't know what it takes. Like, I don't understand what it is with, like, all these, like, fucking dipshit conservatives. Not everything is black and white. You can hold two positions at the same time. Okay, I'm saying that purely fucking rhetorically. For them, everything is black and white. They do like to pinkwash. That is true, Boy Meets Minnie. Yes. Yes, this is accurate. They love to say feminism is bad and then say, like, oh, what about all the feminists? Why aren't they saying anything about this? It's like, you fucking hate feminists. Shut up. Don't be fucking hypocritical. You don't believe in any of this stuff. You're just saying this because you just want to murder Iranians. Like, that's it. It's stupid. It's very, very dumb, man. Wait, Boy Meets Minnie, are you telling me that conservatives have no fucking principles and don't believe in anything? Shocker. Oh, we finally sent some fucking goddamn bullshit up. Finally, we can get some research done on this stuff. This stuff is gonna fucking take forever to finish researching the inherent productivity bonuses for my fucking biochambers, isn't it? But it's so good. It's a free 50%. Okay, so we need to make a bunch of salt, eh? We need salt so then we can make reinforced glass. Or some might say reinforced ass. Hey, yay, 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 yay. Don't worry, I hate myself as well. Where are you? Reinforced glass. Okay, stick you here. How much do you produce now? 23 glass per second. We do not make enough salt for that production. Nope. This just requires brackish water. Making brackish water is very easy. It is very easy. Which brackish water do you consume? 855. Okay. That's fine, I guess. What would produce more? Huh? But why? What's going on here? Yeah, it's fucking containment breach, and we're gonna be out of copper here. God damn it. Fucking annoying. I hate this shit. Run away, my little ship. You know what? I'm probably going to get rid of this and make some captive spawners for this area specifically, so then I don't have to fucking deal with this shit anymore. Because this shit is fucking annoying, and we're just going to murder everything here. It's gonna make my life easier, so then I don't have to keep coming back here constantly. And we've got some crabs we'll need to kill. We'll take care of that later. Commenting as I watch, which might be a bad move, but I don't really agree with your assessment of Anna slipping because of Michael's passing. Well, it is my personal pet theory for as to why I think Anna Kasparian became more of a liberal, I'd say. I don't think she exactly slipped because of it. I think she just became more of a lib because of that, but that's fine. My little pet theory is that you can see a certain through line with many people who kind of fell out with the left. And it's that they came into the left by way of work. Their political compass is aligned while chasing their careers. And for better or worse, the left has a way of eating its own. If you haven't studied, and if you're not ruminating and living this shit all the time, you won't have the spine or the strong foundation for the specific way the left assaults their own. So basically talking about grifters, I mean, that is true. I also have said this before, but sure, yeah. You won't have the spine, strong foundation. Even when you look at someone like Matt Taibbi, his brain was fucking broken by the discourse. I think the same can be said about Anna. The whole birthing person thing broke her brain. That I can agree with. She came into TYT basically through conventional TV news broadcasting, was radicalized by Cenk, not by Michael Brooks. I think Michael was good for her politics, but her foundation was pretty fragile, and a person like that can absolutely be shaken, especially in this political space. I was watching another Ryan Macbeth video for some dumbass reason. He gave one of those, maybe women will be able to take off their head coverings now. Yeah, well, you know. Wait, Alex, are you telling me that people are racist? I never would have thought such a thing could be conceivable. No, I did not want that. Can I fit another one of these, like, right here? Jesus Christ. Can't believe that Boy Meets Mini would give Alex Soyvas a sub. What the? What are you, fucking cringe? Why would you do that? Liberal. 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 Happy fun. That shit is so funny. La 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 la. La 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 la. Sir Alex Jones is kind of a schizo. Oh, you don't say. Liberal. Boy Meets Mini, are you a fan of all the human smuggling fentanyl deaths? Because we all know you're a liberal, Boy Meets Mini. We know this. Forced government euthanasia. La 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 la. True, I agree with Talarico that our border should have a welcome mat. That's going to hurt him in the general. I think Texans are racist. That bit of rhetoric? Maybe. I mean, because it can always be framed as like, well, so long as they're coming in legally, that's all we care about, right? You know, they can do that fucking, like, dumbass shit. You know what? We're gonna make a completely separate dome facility, I think, just to be able to make a bunch of salt. That's what I think is probably good, because we're probably gonna need a bunch of it anyways. Forced government euthanasia. It's basically gonna be a kind of a weird looking one, but, you know, we'll make it work. Talarico, let's push for a stronger border. You'd BTFO the Republicans for the seat. I don't think so. Actually, I don't think so. I think his rhetoric on the border is fine. Yeah, people do behave nice. Are these putinguses destroying my fucking pipes? Fucking putingus. That's it. We have to... You know what we have to do to the Fortnet? We need to make the Fortnet suffer for all eternity. That's what we need to do. Fucking puta. No, I don't know if I 100% agree with that, Boy Meets Mini, because I feel like most people, because the people are quote unquote stupid, low IQ, very dumb, very chud-like. The whole rhetoric behind the border and the reason why they want the border wall is because a lot of people thought it was just like, oh yeah, I mean he's just like saying that. He doesn't actually mean it, right? Like Mexico is not actually going to pay for the border. Like that's insane. And that's the position that most people generally speaking had. There's like I mean he's just saying that because, you know, it's like flowery rhetoric and he's trying to look all tough and shit, right? Obviously, we know it's just like, no, he's just a dementia-addled dipshit, and he is that dumb, and he would do something like this. Right? Yeah, but I'm talking about the political culture of Texas. It's very protectionist against Mexico. Is it? I'll be honest, I wasn't really paying attention to anything that Jasmine Crockett was saying because Jasmine Crockett is extremely uninteresting. So honestly, I have no idea what the fuck Jasmine Crockett was fucking saying on anything. I'm gonna be honest. Well, Boy Meets Mini, now unfortunately, just because you said that, now you're going to have to be racist against your fellow South Asians in Texas. Alright, well, Boy Meets Mini, you fucked up here. Now you're gonna have to be racist. Alright, what's the racism, T? You gotta give the fucking T. You gotta give the fucking racism, T. Too bad they assimilated. The leopard's gonna eat their face. Don't you mean the lion, actually? Come on. Because we all know that Israel is lion, right? That's how that works. I want to fit in as many of these things as possible. And have it be relatively tileable. I mean, luckily this shit does have only one input. It's just that we now have to figure out how to get the fucking outputs out. Especially all of the fucking gases. More like asses. the average Austin liberal about the border and they'll want to just wall that shit up as bad as Trump. I don't know if I agree with that, I'll be honest. Does the wall pull that well within fucking Texas? I seemingly doubt that. Now, this could be my racism barometer being completely off here, but, in 2020 it pulled well. Pepe. 2020. Why are you fucking... Fuck off. Secret memes, go away. How does the border wall pull in Texas? Border wall construction in Texas is deeply polarized, with support often driven by desires for increased security and reduced illegal crossings, while opposition stems from concerns over environmental damage, land disruption, and effectiveness. So it's not exactly consistent. Latest Texas poll shows strong support for governor's anti-border policies. Well, that's the anti-border policies of Greg Abbott, where he's just basically being a Hitlerite. So that's a little different. This is in 2024, February of 2024. Majority of Texas Hispanics support building border wall and sending troops to the border. And that's a byproduct of the Democrats being so dog shit. But that's because the Democrats were terrible in terms of immigration policy. Who knows if it's actually because they like the policy of the border wall. That's a different question. Yeah, that's now the main question now, and I am not finding any polling on that. Yeah, and guess what I'm not finding polling on? That exactly. I have no fucking idea if they do or not. All the latest stuff is from 2024. $56 salt per second. I think we'll just go with 2 symmetrical purposes, I guess. That doesn't reach. That's awkward. I have an uncle-in-law that is a trucker in Texas. Pretty sure he's a Trump supporter. He got stopped and asked about his proficiency in English. Fell for it again award. This shit is off-center, and it's annoying the fuck out of me. God damn it. So we must tear it all apart. Fuck my life. But boy meets me, the real question is, don't you love forced government euthanasia? As Alex Jones said, fentanyl deaths and forced government euthanasia. La 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 la. Fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia. Go forth, my reinforced glass facility. Oh yeah, god damn it, those aren't in fucking range. There's gonna be a lot of glass. They're more like ass. Ugh. Boy Meets Minnie, I'm gonna make you sleep with the fishes. And what are you gonna do about it, Boy Meets Minnie? You're not gonna do shit about it, aren't you? There's nothing you can do about it. You're gonna be sleeping with the fishes. It's gonna be great, folks. I'm curious. If I were to do something like this... It's short by about 10 brackish water. Interesting. What if... We're going to run a little bit of a social experiment here. Plus 160, eh? And if we... Because having some extra brackish water would not be a bad thing for us. What if I do a little something like this instead? Oh, we are definitely quite short. We do not want productivity modules, I think, ever in this thing. $260 brackish. It's a fuck. Boy Meets Minnie? It's a fucking daboo-boo. Boy Meets Minnie? We know what we must do about the fucking daboo-boo. It's a fucking daboo-boo. Imagine being a fucking sleepy daboo-boo poster. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this shit? Alright, Boy Meets Minnie. I want to see nothing but destruction. I demand it, actually. Destroy. Annihilate. Kill. Destroy. Kill and destroy. Where the hell is Boy Meets Minnie? Boy Meets Minnie? Kill. Kill, Boy Meets Minnie. Kill. Kill, 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 kill. Hands Boy Meets Minnie a laser gun from toy... What does that even mean? Boy Meets Minnie? What does that mean? Are we threatening the life of Boy Meets Minnie now? Well, Boy Meets Mini, at your discretion, you know what to do. Destroy, annihilate, deal with the Dabubu poster. Yeah, this is Operation Epic Pazuzu. Looks through the documentation, sees sacrificial MILF on Pazuzu Island. What does this mean? Pazuzu Island. The fuck is that? Because it's Dabubu in general. Like, you don't understand sacrificial MILF. Dabubu is a threat to life as we know it. Which is why at every single point in turn, we have to do everything possible to destroy Dabubu. That's how it works. We're not dealing with Mesopotamian infertility crises, okay? Wait, you know what? That's... The hell's going on here? Boy Meets Mini, I need an assessment. What's going on here? The fuck is this? What the cock and balls? The shit? The fuck? Boy Meets Mini, what the hell is going on here? Mods, what's happening? What the hell? We have so much coral, we're now almost ready to make some salt. Or ready to make some reinforced glass. I probably do not need this much reinforced glass.
Why are you gay?
I fixed it. Oh, no, now we have to deal with homosexuality. God damn it. I don't want to deal with homosexuality. Curses! Women being happy on my stream? I hate happy women.
The American people are tired of The American people are tired of women.
The American people are tired of women. Especially me. I am the entirety of the American people. And I am tired of women. Oh my god, they're twinning. Oh my god, twinning. Oh my god, they're twinning. Twinning. Alright. I'm racist. It's women. Cursed women. Yeah, the women. Am I right, fellas? Excuse me, Mr. Fish. I need you to get the fuck out of the way before I accidentally mine you. Idiot. Doofus head. Well, are you talking shit about the sunfish? The known, well, I guess for lack of a better term, the retard fish? Where its main defense mechanism is the fact that its brain is slow? Hey, you don't talk shit on a Loma Mola. That thing is the defensive pivot. It doesn't feel pain. I know. It's retarded. Unironically. It's the Asmongold goldfish. Yeah, well, here's the thing about a Loma Mola, Alex. A Loma Mola is really fucking good. Okay, This shit is consuming a lot more salt than I thought it would. I mean, we're gonna produce a shit ton of glass, which is fine and dandy. Oh, I already made a molten salt reactor. Wait, hold on. How's this shit work? How do you work, little buddy? You take water? It's just fuel, eh? We also need MSR fuel cells. Right. Molten salt reactor cells. Okay, where the fuck is you? You. How do you function? So you take in water and you can output shit both ways. Okay. Advanced nuclear reactor that boils water into, I believe that's superheated steam. So now I can look at the stats of this fucking thing, which is what I care about the most. Releasing energy from molten salt reactors cannot be transferred through regular pipes. It can only be transferred into the advanced turbines or through tungsten pipe. Do we have tungsten pipe? No. Okay, well this shit's pretty fucking cheap. Alright, we're gonna make a visit to the trench. A visit to the trench. There you go. Jesus. We're making a visit to the trench. The firstborn and his dad were having a debate about the sunfish, and I couldn't stop laughing. What were they debating about? Just how fucking stupid the fish is? Oh, but yeah, we're going into the trench. We're going into the hole. I'm standing on top of the trench. Okay. How do I go into the trench? How to go into Maraxsis trench. What the hell is it again? Oh, it's Control Enter. Welcome to the trench. I just need to find a chimney vent. I can't see shit. Man, it is dark. Oh, by the way, if we stand in this area, we will basically just die. Okay, lovely. Cute. I'll have fun with those. Alright. We're leaving the trench. Bye-bye. I got what I wanted. So, duct to trench, duct exhaust, duct intake, non-return duct, cross duct, curved duct, T-junction, 2 undergrounds, and the small straight duct. Okay. The trench is huge, and it will kill you. It is a big pussy. What? Who said that? That wasn't me. It wasn't me. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. It wasn't me. Wasn't me. I mean, the funny thing about you saying that, Sacrificial MILF, is that some men would actually say that. We can't fit that there because of this thing, which is fine. Is this 50 short? Yeah, that's funny. Right, and here we're going to fit the reprocessors for the things. I don't want water electrolysis. I want just the water. There we go. Fucking putis. But this this is gonna be kind of annoying. So we don't have exactly a lot of we don't have a lot of room in this area. Skibbity with the Rizzler. Don't worry, I will pull something out of my ass. I'm very good at that. Some might say I'm a professional at it. Puta. It's right next to that, so that's not gonna work. Puta. Puta. Yeah. Hmm. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. I don't want you in my room. I sure hope not. That's crazy. Don't let strangers in your room. That's true. Stranger danger. I'm sensing some kind of some design flaws here, some problems. There's a couple of issues with what I'm basically trying to do here. Because I don't want to use these shitters. I much would rather, for salt production, I really want to use these, because they're just way better. Because, like, we do this, 1.6 versus 5.3. So much better. But now how it takes up more electricity. Okay, and we're gonna have so much electricity. No, it's so then I can have a pretty decent production of reinforced glass, and then I'm gonna just fit some things in the wings here. But it turns out we'll need quite a bit of salt for that. What, about 48 per minute? It's a lot. Limestone and sand, that's not a problem. That's easy. Like, if I want more sand, I just stick some fucking dumbass miners down and boom, roast. There, we got the sand, okay? That's easy. This stuff is a complete shit show on itself. And we need to have a good amount of glass. So then we can make a bunch of shit. And fish. I'm sorry to say sacrificial milk, but all the fish are going to die. I'm going to murder all of them. Damn. Then I have to come up with like a very strange system to make it such that this stuff, this brackish water here, doesn't fucking back up. At least turn them into tacos. I'm gonna turn them into plastics. Why do I hate Alomomola? You have no idea. It has regenerator. Mono water. That shit's fucking annoying. You have no idea about the pain. The buffs that Alomomola got that made it so strong, Alex. You have no idea. What do you know about Alomomola's role as a defensive pivot? You have no idea about the pain that thing causes. About the anger that Alomomola causes on a daily to humble Smogon players. So before you say something foolish, know this, Alex. You will be turned into a tortilla. I don't know what I'm talking about. Shut up. Fuck you. Fool-ish. Okay, that'll get the saturized salt filters. The excess brackish water, we're just going to...
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors.
But Raiden, you'll lose subscribers.
Do it.
Okay.
I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
Because I hate you. Clearly because I'm a Nazi. Raiden with Biden. That's what Doctor says. He calls himself a Nazi in the video. Okay? No, haterino, spammerino, fuck you, suck my dick. This is the Maxor video. Yes, it's very clear that you're very happy, Sacrificial MILF. You're very, very happy. I understand. Doctor, why do you have so much credit card debt? Because I'm playing Genshin Impact. But Raiden, you will lose subscriber. Do it. Okay. Okay.
It's like you're a gotcha player at heart.
Is that because of my brain damage?
No, it's because you go after children, and there ain't enough room in this preschool for the two of us.
So stupid. Okay, that is that done. We're gonna take a hydro plant.
Fake news.
Everyone's gonna spam the thing because they're so happy that I fixed the thing without me actually knowing that I fixed the thing. Yes, yes, everyone suck my dick for fixing the thing. Sock my cock and balls. No. Okay, that's fair. You're fake news. Not real. Like Israel. What? Who said that? Is not real. What? Who said that again? I would never say that. Who would say that Israel isn't real? I don't know. That seems kind of crazy. Off by one goddamn tile. This is the part where you're supposed to cry. All these women always pass the nice guy. I'm sorry, Sacrificial MILF. I'm not an incel, okay? As much as many people seem to think I'm an incel because I'm an anti-horny crusader, I am not an incel. Popular to contrary belief, I do not like incels. I think they're kind of bad, actually. Okay, so how the fuck am I going to get this shit out of here now? Because these putas are kind of boxed in. And I have, like, no space to move these fucking shitters down for the hydrogen. I am an anti-horny crusader. I think people who are overly horny are really fucking annoying. It's like, okay, we get it. Like, keep it in your fucking pants or something. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, that's pretty true. That's true.
It's annoying.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean...
Wait, the asexual is agreeing with this? What the fucking cock and balls? Now, here's the thing. This isn't about me having a pro-based asexual take. Like, I don't mind horniness. Just don't be fucking annoying about it. That's my contention. My contention is just don't be fucking annoying about it. That's about it. Otherwise, I don't really care. That's my position. Breeders and natalists are annoying. That is true, they can be fucking annoying. Technically speaking, yes, you are a breeder. You have kids. Yeah, we've created... here at the Daharumba channel, we are creators of slurs. And we create slurs basically on the daily. The breed slur. Now this one's a new one. It is for those disgusting heterosexuals who decide to breed. Because obviously, as leftists, we all have to inherently be antinatalist. Okay, this was very roundabout and very annoying and strange, but we got it to work. Okay. We are ready to flip this thing on. Wait, we need an output for the salt. Listen, I wouldn't know Sacrificial MILF, okay? I have been... I am a Volcel, okay? Stop it. You're gonna make me sad. I'm sad now. Such is the life of the humble Volcel. Oh, this is going to consume quite a bit of power, isn't it? It's fine. But now we have everything to make reinforced glass. I love my kids. I tell people to not have them and enjoy life the way they want to. That's fair. Oh yeah, I'm aware of this, Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, there was another racist group chat, something, or whatever, right? Of like TPUSA people, and they were like swaying out over Hitler or something. Guys, did you know that young Republicans are all Hitlerites? A shocker, I know. What the hell's going on here? You're fine. Okay, I think... Because where the fuck is the thing I'm looking for? Rocket. Oh, it's assembly machines. Awkward. Okay, these are the things that'll take care of the canister we want to empty. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. And boom. We have too much brackish water. Okay. Brackish. $700. Okay, there we go. We are now making reinforced glass. Good night, Sacrificial Mouth.
Why are you gay?
Who says I am gay? You are gay. Why are you gay? You are gay. Okay, lovely. That took a lot longer than I probably it should have. But at this point, it is just copy and paste this. And then I can meet my salt demand. And then if I need to make more salt, I copy and paste it. Because the point of all this is to be able to just be like, copy, paste, make another one. That's the whole point. No power. Yeah, that's why we need to, yeah. Yeah, we need power. Power's a bit of an issue. Right now. That's why we're solving the power problem. The the PQ, you might say, first. What the PQ? Don't ever mention the PQ to Boy Meets Mini ever. He'll start Pepe posting. And I have enough room to shove some other shit in here. We will also need tungsten piping. But yes, this the purpose of me finagling with this thing all the way over here, so then I can just basically take it, copy paste it, slap down another one. That's the point. And each one of these will make about, what, 20 some odd salt per second. 27. Which is almost enough to sustain this. Well, it's halfway necessary. Which is good. It's all going according to how I wanted it to go. Which is good for me, I suppose. Lovely. I've been going a little longer than I wanted to, but that's fine. The stuff we have to cover is not particularly daunting, I would say. Well, it's going to be talking about the mines in the Strait of Hormuz, more than likely. And a couple of other things. I think also all the MAGA supporters are now mad about the Save Act video. Oh, that's also catching... So many things are catching into the algorithm. It's making a lot of people mad. At Boy Meets Mini, if there's a, you know... Listen, you want to go in the Anna Kasparian video, you have shitters there. The Save Act video, you got shitters there. Of course, the recent The Mythic Talent video, we got shitters there. The recent Nux Taku video, they got a bunch of shitters there. So many shitters everywhere. I find it also really funny how like all these people will just like come into a video as well and just like dislike bomb and on a bunch of videos. It's like, you are aware that only benefits me, right? Like, why would you do that? That's so dumb of you to do that. You guys are really stupid. There's always, like, one guy that does it. I'm going to algorithmically destroy you by going into a bunch of your random videos and, disliking them. It's like... that helps me. Thank you. It tells YouTube that video should be pushed more. Whoa, because it makes people engage. No, free engagement. It's almost as if that was always the strategy and the point of what I was doing. Oh, it's crazy. Wow, these people are fucking stupid. Wild. There you go. Fix that fucking problem. I love fixing problems. I'm so good at fixing problems. Why am I so good at fixing stuff? I'm just the best at fixing things. Me? The best. Maybe the reason why Blurp wasn't working when I troubleshooted Blurp yesterday, maybe the only reason why it wasn't working was because I did restart my computer after as well. Is my fucking memory still shitting the bed right now? It should not be. Yeah, it's not. 51%. Okay, whatever. Nice meme. Yeah, oh no, free engagement, the horror. Man, the internet browser is not having a good time for some reason. It is losing its fucking shit. Probably because it is an unoptimized pile of dog shit. In terms of resource usage. Oh, I see exactly what... Oh, it's a bug, actually. Okay, let me get rid of this extension. That should fix it, actually. Wait, if I get rid of this extension... Does that fuck up the sounds?
Why are you gay?
No, it doesn't. No, it's not an Asmongold fan. A bug as in a bug with a system. Probably some JavaScript bug, but we fixed it. I figured out how to fix it. Okay, lovely. Okay, I'm gonna grab water. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, stretch legs, do all that good shit, and then we'll talk about the topics du jour. I will be right back. I'm an old man. Boo. Alright. Yoink that shit. Yoink this shit. Yoink, yoink, yoink.
Nice pipe.
Do. CNN, Zohran Mamdani, god damn it, it's frozen. Why is this broken? Not like this. Fucking cringe. Putis mutis, tutis futis, putis! It's annoying. Refuting arguments against the Save America Act and the real problem with it. From Mentis Wave, who broadly identifies as a fucking libertarian. A libertarian being against civil rights and civil liberties? Interesting. Fucking stupid. Wait, Daha, are you saying that the Mycenaean dipshits were always a bunch of fucking fascists for the beginning? And they don't believe in anything? No. Shocker. I need to find this CNN panel thing with, I think it was Jake Tapper. Where they were talking shit about, with like two Zionists talking shit about Zohran Mamdani, talking shit about his wife. More like Mental Wave, more like he's a fucking retard. More like he's really fucking stupid. Lovely. Got that. Do 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 do. Rua. What the hell is the name of fucking Zoran's wife? I'm so bad with names. That's Rama. I can't believe that Daho would be so fucking racist. I'm looking for, like, some CNN panel where they basically, because, there was a bunch of fucking goddamn, social media clips that we all already knew about of Rama talking about October 7th. And, quote-unquote, apparently saying it's a mass rape hoax. I'm going to operate under the assumption, because first, it's Jewish Insider that's bringing this up, so, you know, Zionist fucking rag. Like, I'm looking at the posts, and I'm not seeing, like, really anything whatsoever. She likes stuff on a, Facebook page? Or on her Instagram. It's like, okay. They're trying to come up with some, like, fucking psychological operation or something. Very stupid. Daho, are you saying that the Zionists are trying to do a psyop? No. Who would have fucking thought? I don't know. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna go for the CNN panel. I don't care about the CNN panel. It's just gonna be the same fucking 3 IQ bullshit. Who the fuck cares? This Mentis Wave thing interests me. I'm going to add it to my docket of videos to shit on. What was the other thing I fucking put in here? Iran stuff. Right. Mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Wait, the New York Times is criticizing Mamdani for not making a flashy TikTok about the terrorist who threw an IED into the crowd. What? Why? Why would he...
No, how could Zohran Mamdani not make a fucking TikTok? How could he not make a TikTok saying that it was bad?
It's just like, bro, what are you talking about? If you were to make a flashy TikTok that was like well put together and well edited, you people would just be like, bad. It's like, okay, bro. By Dana Rubenstein. Now, listen. We can Pepe post all we want, okay? And we may Pepe post a little bit, but I'm just saying there's a current psychological operation that is being conducted on Zohran Mamdani. Now, we're just going to Pepe post just a little bit. We're Pepe posting just a little bit. But I'm beginning to think that Zionists don't like Zoran for really 3 IQ reasons. Olivia Reingold says she was booked on CNN to debate Mamdani's wife's Instagram post last night, but it was canceled last minute. Oh my god. Staff writer for At the Free Press. Alright, well, that checks out. Of all the fucking things that you can have a schizophrenic conniption about. Oh my god. You want to fucking, like, I don't know, soy out for that or something? Like, Jesus Christ. In-fucking credible. Oh, man, bro. We can delete this. I want the WTI for the oil for WTI crude. I want to see if it's gone up a lot because of the mines that are being laid. No, so far it's plateaued at about 80. Not yet. Looks like those strategic reserves being opened up are having a big impact, which is about expected. They're still slated to probably keep going up. I don't think there's really anything else going on in terms of Iran, right? It's mostly just Strait of Hormuz and mine laying. Or mine laying. That's pretty much about it, I think. Asmongold on... Oh yeah, fucking Asmongold, dude. Iran has struck a Saudi Aramco oil facility. Makes sense. I mean, that is in line with fucking Iran's strategy. Just fuck up the global economy. Okay, lovely. I think got about everything I wanted. Shut up. Don't want to open that. Don't want to do that. Boop. Boop, boop. Alright. Let's do this shit. Uh-oh. Some trouble in paradise for the left. The left doing more infighting? Oh! I'm shocked. Look at me being very, very fucking shocked. Whoa, crazy. Kat Abu Ghazala, who's currently running in Illinois' 9th district, I believe, just had a bit of a leak, I guess, of an email from a foreign policy staffer that she has. And it's a... Okay, so... It's come through several hands here. So it's a foreign policy staffer that she has who seems to be a little bit more of a liberal interventionist, but it also came from someone who's associated with that liberal staffer, I suppose, for lack of a better term. And basically, the email in so many words said that more weapons should be given to the Ukrainians. Objectively correct. More weapons should be given to the, what was the other one? It was the Ukrainians, nothing about Israel, and the Taiwanese. Yes, and that in the case of military intervention being done by the Chinese, if there was a quote-unquote hypothetical sort of invasion of Taiwan from China, the United States should give a lot more weapons to the Taiwanese so then they're able to defend themselves. I see nothing wrong with this. I'm going to be quite honest here, right? Now, a lot of people, right, were having problems with this, aka the LARPy lefties, Marxist-Leninists mostly, and also Hassan, who was just a campist. Who basically only likes China just for the fact that China has a bunch of high-speed rail. Shocker, it's crazy. It turns out the reason why he likes China so much is because, it's a relatively shallow one, to be quite honest. And yeah, they use the state in order to be able to actually do investment for the, benefit of the people, I guess kind of, sort of, but mostly for the benefit of the state, but it's benefit for the people, blah, 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 blah. Symbiotic sort of relationship, yada, yada, yada. A lot of these people think that China is socialist. No, the fuck it's not. It still has a capitalist form of economic production. It's not socialist. You can fucking cope and see about it, Marxist-Leninists. And China still participates in economic imperialism constantly. All of the Southeast Asia politics enjoyers, you guys know exactly what I'm fucking talking about. Not to mention all of the imperialistic actions that China takes throughout South America, through a lot of buying of debt of South American countries so they can, exploit them, have leverage over them and when it comes to, negotiations. Ford, who's Chilean, has given me a ton of stories about how there are always Chinese fishing vessels right at the fucking border, ready to just basically, if there are no Chilean Coast Guard watching to make sure that they don't just go in and start fishing in, Chilean territorial fucking waters. Because for whatever reason, they just like to go in there and just exploit a bunch of other third world countries, economically speaking, similar to how the US did during the Cold War through the World Bank and the fucking IMF and stuff like that. Yada, 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 yada. So, yeah, the United States and Taiwan are allies. They should give weapons to the Taiwanese if there is a hypothetical fucking invasion done by the People's Republic of China. Now, a lot of these dumbasses, these Marxist-Leninists, will just be like, no, the Taiwan is a proxy state for the United States of America. It's like, No, you idiot. Chiang Kai-shek and the Republic of China lost the civil war against Mao and the People's Republic of China. They got pushed out. They conquered the island, killed a bunch of indigenous people, which is obviously bad. No shit. Chiang Kai-shek is a fucking fascist. Whoa, shocker. And established a military dictatorship on the island. And then they built up and developed the fucking country of Taiwan on their own with, help from the United States of America in terms of economic and military aid. Because, well, they mostly asked for it, and also because they wanted to use it as a wedge in terms of, well, McCarthyism, the quote-unquote containing of fucking communism. Welcome to the fucking Cold War. That's what fucking happened, okay? Eventually, Chiang Kai-shek's government, that being the Kuomintang, eventually relinquished power on their own. Yeah, the transition from military dictatorship to liberal democracy for Taiwan was rather peaceful, right? I think it was the son of Chiang Kai-shek was running for the presidency, or not running for the presidency. He basically saw when his dad died, he was just like, okay, democratic sensibilities is getting very, very popular. I mean, there was also pushes for that happening in South Korea and a bunch of other sort of like regions in the area. Obviously, that influence eventually came to fucking Taiwan, and it made it such that I forget the name of Chiang Kai-shek's son. I could be getting my history here a little bit mixed up here. I could be forgetting a little bit, but the representative of the Kuomintang was just like, okay, I will see to the demands of the people, and we will run elections. He ended up losing the election. He got fucking trounced, right? There's a lot more to this story. This is a heavily TLDR version of the fucking story. Very, very much so. I acknowledge that, right? There has been a bunch of, like, pro-democratic forces working in Taiwan to basically, well, undermine and push for democratic elections for decades during Taiwan during this time, even under the rule of Chiang Kai-shek, and they ended up winning in the end. Shocker, I know, and because of a lot of the influences and a lot of the other sort of like revolutions and violent uprisings done by other ASEAN countries moving towards some form of liberal democracy, right? And now Taiwan, pretty much in all but name, is a country, liberal democracy, and they have elections, and it's always been the same party that's been in power ever since the Kuomintang basically just, well, abdicated from power, more or less. They basically relinquished a lot of their power and decided to allow elections to run, yada, 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 yada. And for whatever reason, all the fucking dumbass tankies are just like,
No, you can't be doing that. You can't be developing on your own. You're a proxy of the United States of America.
Now, I do agree in the fact that America should not have as hostile of a relationship with China, considering how entwined they are in terms of trade, right? The level of brinksmanship, I think, is ridiculous. Patently so. I think it's silly. But you can also defend Taiwan and also still maintain some form of a good relationship and just be sort of ambiguous about it. The strategic ambiguity, that's kind of how it works. Say that Taiwan is a country in all but name, and just be like, it's a country, but kind of not really. It does diplomatic work, it has embassies, yada, yada, yada. It's effectively a country without actually being a country because they don't want to piss off the, Han ethno-fucking-nationalists within China. Because, by the way, that is literally the perspective that these dipshits are fucking protecting. It is a nationalist perspective. Period. End of story. People like Hassan, Mike from PA, all the other fucking dipshit tankies like Max Blumenthal. I think that's his name, Max Blumenthal? I think it's Max Blumenthal. I've not talked about that idiot for a very long time. I forget his name. He's so irrelevant. Aaron Mate, all these, like, pro-Russia, pro-Assad, tanky dumbass dipshits. Yeah, gray zone types. Basically think of Taiwan as not a country and think of it as a proxy of the United States. Where it's just like, okay, then pretty much by effect, every single ally for that is allied with the United States of America can be effectively a proxy of the United States of America. And, it basically means nothing. It's stupid, it's nonsensical, it's ridiculous. It depends on how the relationship works and what the purpose of the relationship is. I'm going on a huge sort of like tangent and preamble on all of this. Cat. Who miseducated all these people? Vijay Prashad. Let me guess. It's other gray zone dipshit. Anywho. Huge preamble aside. Most of these tankies have no fucking idea when they talk about Southeast Asian politics, because a lot of other Southeast Asian political lefties, like Boy Meets Minnie in my chat, another being Arun Ano, shout out to Arun, and a lot of other like Southeast Asian like lefties, communists, socialists, what have you, always just look at like the takes of these people and say like, what the fuck are you talking about? You have no idea what you're talking about. You're silly, you're nonsensical, you're fucking insane. But here, Hassan talking about Kat's fucking take here in terms of, I guess, quote unquote, being a liberal interventionist on Taiwan.
If Taiwan is invaded, I want to ensure that we've codified passive support to sell Taiwan weapons if Congress wills it, so Trump just can't overrule it, or whoever the president is. That's in Congress's hands. And that we can militarily step in to defend Taiwan with naval fleets for interception and selling weapons.
Oh, that was the follow-up part. Yeah, I knew it was about the selling of the weapon. The other part was also because there's already a bunch of, I think it's like the 7th Fleet that's currently operating within the South China Sea, that's ready to basically help the Taiwanese in the case that China does an invasion, because I don't know if Marxist-Leninists know this, but China constantly violates Taiwan's airspace all the fucking time. Like, you people are in agreement with Han ethno-nationalism. Like, I hope that Marxist-Leninists seemingly understand that is the perspective that they're taking. They are explicitly endorsing a fascist ideology, because that is the point for as to why China wants to take over Taiwan, because this whole, like, LARP shit show fest, there we go, with like the strategic ambiguity, is just to satiate a bunch of like 3 IQ fucking nationalists that are currently in fucking power. Stupid. It's nonsense. Now, of course, all the like Hassan cultists are going to be fucking mad about this, because duh, they always are. It's very fucking stupid. Cat's approach helps deter China, IMO. Yes, because I do think that imperialist nations should be fucking deterred. Here, let me do you one better. I think China and Russia should deploy boots on the ground in Iran. Abso-fucking-lutely. I would 1000% agree with this. I'm ethically fucking and morally fucking consistent on this. The Chinese and the Russians should deploy boots on the ground to stave off attacks from the Americans and the Israelis within Iran. Period. End of story. That will deter the fucking US from fucking attacking them, because that's what I actually care about. I prefer if we didn't live in a fucking world where there was just people doing random imperialistic interventions for, like, literally no fucking reason. I would have zero qualms with that.
Genuinely asking, what's the issue here? Coming out with a firm stance that you will defend Taiwan militarily if invaded?
That's called an alliance. That's what's expected for allies. I'm going to be honest here. Yeah. That's what allies do, Hassan. That's how it fucking works, Hassan. Like, listen, like I said before, I have zero problems with Russian soldiers, like you said, Alex, in Venezuela or in fucking Iran to deter the United States from attacking. I would have no problems with that whatsoever. Period. End of story. Just like how I was okay with when Russian jets violated Turkish airspace in about 2015. I had no problems at all with the Turks fucking shooting them down, because it's just like, dog, it's a jet violating our fucking airspace. We're just going to fucking shoot you down. Fuck you. Like, what are you doing? You're doing a bunch of fuck shit. Killed the pilot as well, okay? In the fucking shooting down of the jet. No problem whatsoever. Like, because you can't just allow people to just randomly violate people's fucking sovereignty and airspace for literally no reason. Now, ideally, if we lived in an ideal world, there would be no borders. There would have to be no necessary, like, need for having, like, these societal sort of constructions. Unfortunately, we don't live in those times right now. We still have borders. There's still nation states still exist, and people still have sovereignty. Stupid. That's like fucking nonsensical. Well, that's because that's exactly what he fucking thinks that it is, Alex, because all of the 3 IQ morons in his fucking chat, basically, and himself, all fucking believe that if you defend an ally by sending them weapons and helping to intercept and defend them militarily in the case of an invasion, is a bad thing, and it's almost as if the US is going to do a counter-invasion of China. Stupid. That's nonsensical. That's not gonna fucking happen. I mean, maybe Trump would do it for some fucking reason because he's a dipshit, but if there was anyone else in power besides Trump, would not fucking happen. Again, it's about helping to protect an ally. Sorry, we still live in a system filled with nation states with sovereign borders and airspace and, waters as well. We still currently exist with that, and the only reason why the Chinese behave in the way that they behave is because of some ridiculous sort of like ethno-nationalist like schizophrenia that they have in order to distract from the fact that, oh, they're having an aging population, they have problems as a byproduct of the one-child policy, and they're having a potential for a fucking housing crisis within China. There's a lot of fucking complicated issues within China right now. They are doing well. Listen, the Chinese century of prosperity. Listen, I too believe in a bit of fucking China maxing, okay? Top shi. The Chinese century of prosperity is here. But for them to just go around militarily invading their fucking neighbors, I don't think is acceptable. Period. End of story. I don't know, call me a fucking liberal, but personally, I don't think China doing invasions of Taiwan would be a fucking good thing. Just like how, currently, what the US is doing in Iran is also fucking bad. What they did in Venezuela and they're trying to do in Cuba is obviously fucking bad. It's called being anti-imperialist. Lenin would like to have some words with you, stupid motherfucking Marxist-Leninists.
That is not, like, that's a red hot, totally red alert. What are you? A lot of people yell at me because of my conversations with Matt Duss. That is firmly to the right of Matt Duss. That is firmly to the right of most foreign policy analysts in the United States of America.
Why do I somehow not believe him? Is that really to the right of most foreign policy analysts? No, I don't think it is. If we're talking about fucking neocons, they would want to invade China and fucking nuke the shit out of them. That's what it is. Yeah, that is true, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, most foreign policy analysts are war hawks. They would basically want brinksmanship and to fight with the fucking Chinese if they wanted to. Like, what are you talking about? That is not to the right. That is essentially saying, like, if our ally gets invaded, our liberal ally in the fucking area, if they get fucking invaded, we should go and fucking defend them. Which I would say is, I think, the position that is consistent with, I would say, even most progressives in the House of Representatives.
It stems entirely from a place of being green, completely uneducated. If you think that this is like a fully flushed out worldview that she is explaining, it's...
I think that's incredibly fucking... I'll say it. I think it's fucking full of shit. I think that's very fucking hypocritical. I think that's fucking nonsensical. Yeah, that is a good point, Boy Meets Mini. China is basically exploiting Africa in all the same ways the West did. Yup, through economic imperialism. But these motherfuckers will never talk about that. They don't give a shit about any of that stuff. This is incredibly fucking nonsensical. Saying that she's green and has no idea what she's talking about Taiwan, when this has been, I think, a consistent position saying, like, yeah, like, we should be willing to help our ally if our ally gets fucking attacked. I don't remember exactly what Matt Duss's position is. I did watch, I think, the talk that Matt Duss and Hassan had in terms of Taiwan. I do remember that talk specifically. And Hassan was not this sort of like, I don't know, like backhanded, I guess, in terms of his analysis here with like Matt Duss in comparison to what he's doing here with Kat. I mean, this is just kind of fucking ridiculous, bro. Like, personally, imperialist, Han ethno-nationalist states should not just randomly invade their neighbors. Period. End of story. Just like, because he's also really bad on fucking Ukraine as well. Like, objectively pretty fucking terrible. He was also parroting a lot of, like, idiotic pro-Russian sort of talking points. He's gotten better, right? He still has some fucking flaws there. He still thinks that Ukraine is essentially a proxy of the United States. No, that's stupid. That's non-fucking sensical. Silly. But here's the fucking thing. If countries are being invaded by larger imperial powers, you should be willing to help step in and help, well, them be able to fucking defend themselves. I will admit, there has been a bunch of fuck shit that the Democrats were doing in terms of Ukraine following the Clintonite strategy, saying if there was a hypothetical war between the Russians and the Ukrainians, they should just be essentially used to bleed each other out. That's a bunch of fuck shit. Because Biden did put in a bunch of arbitrary borders and, like, not desired, but like a bunch of arbitration and arbitrary bullshit when it came to specifically what weapons and what the Ukrainians could do with certain weapon systems at particular points in time. It's just like, oh, it's because of that fucking Hillary Clinton bullshit saying, like, if the Russians and the Ukrainians fought with one another, they should be used to bleed each other out. And I'm just like, wow, that's pretty fucked up. Like, why would you fucking say that? And Joe Biden more or less went along with that fucking policy, which is why there was just so many arbitrary sort of limiters put on the Ukrainians in terms of what weapons they could have and what they could do with those fucking weapons. Personally, and I've said this before, the Ukrainians should have nukes. Fuck it. Guess who also said that? John Mearsheimer in 1993, after the Ukrainians gave up their nukes in Minsk, in the Minsk Accords. He said, like, yeah, it's actually a really fucking bad idea that the Ukrainians got rid of their fucking nukes because the Russians will invade again. John Mearsheimer fucking said that, and he's a complete fucking dipshit who's basically turned back on all of his fucking principles in order to get Russian money. Yeah, but for some reason, all these, like, okay, I'll say what it is, okay? It's a bunch of fucking LARP bullshit and a sort of fascistic, I'll say this, a fascistic sort of desire of returning with a V, like a nostalgia cuck sort of thing, which is a very fascistic sort of lens of thinking of wanting the Soviet Union to return, or like Mao's China to return in some fucking way, in order to have like their whole solidified sort of like territories for themselves. It's stupid. It's nonsensical. I think when a lot of these people have these takes, in particular with both Taiwan and Ukraine, they're mostly doing this, and they purport to be on the left, quote unquote. They're mostly doing this because they want some like return with a V, like Soviet Union, Maoist sort of China, like Chinese empire, maintaining of like spheres of influence type shit. And it's just like, no. Like, I don't fucking respect any of that stuff. That's fucking stupid, bro.
Literally just being a 26-year-old. Abu Ghazali did not respond to a request for comment, but a source close to the campaign told Dropside that the advisor's emails did not accurately represent her views, saying Kat is committed to taking on authoritarianism, but vehemently against the military-industrial complex and a continuation of failed U.S. intervention approaches. Yeah, but even then, it doesn't matter. Her statement on... Stop.
Okay.
She has definitely...
I'm still saying, like, I'm still not fucking seeing the problem. Like, again, like, it doesn't fucking make any sense to me, man. Like, this is so fucking goofy, dude.
A very bad foreign policy advisor, that much is clear. Many of these people, many Americans are still Americans. Even if they're Palestinian Americans, they're still fucking American. And...
What do you mean by that?
They don't factor in foreign policy at all into their approach, with the exception of Palestine. Her Palestinian background should have caused her to be a lot more... to have a lot better fleshed out worldview.
Okay, we're gonna be woke. We're gonna be cucked. This is woke to Electric Boogaloo. I think this is racist. I'm gonna be honest. I think this is extremely racist. Very, very fucking racist thing here from Hassan to be saying. Like, why? That's fucking stupid, right? First off, like, you need to have... Palestinians have inherently better foreign policy takes just because they're Palestinian? That's so fucking stupid, bro. Like, what? Yeah, exactly. Like, what? But just because she's Palestinian, does that mean she has to be pro-China? That's fucking nonsensical. Very, very fucking stupid. Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I honestly do believe that this is an incredibly fucking racist take here from fucking Hassan. Just because, like, someone is of an inherent background in terms of, like, a race or whatever, therefore they have to have a particular sort of, like, foreign policy sort of takes. When that's just not how that works. That's not how, like... how people think. That is fucking nonsensical. What? So just because I'm Romanian, for example, therefore I have to be inherently like, I don't know, like pro reintegrate, because this is generally speaking I'm not sure if it's like a majority position in terms of Romanian. But basically, what, reintegration with the fucking Moldovans? I have to be inherently fucking pro that or something? Like, that's it's stupid. It's fucking nonsensical. It's basically like saying, like, oh, you're a part of this race, therefore you have to think like this. Stupid. It's fucking nonsensical. Of course, all the Tankies were fucking coping about this for saying that, hey, Kat said that you should support the Taiwanese and the Ukrainians. Of course, we have the the expected sort of people, like Max Blumenthal. He'll basically just do and say anything that's in favor of the fucking Russians, because, of course, he just wants to do anything that's in favor of the Russians and the Iranians and China. It's all the fucking same campist fucking bullshit. Medea Benjamin, pro-Russian asset. Like, to be quite honest, just pro-Russia. And we'll just do the same campus bullshit, like, oh, every other fucking a dipshit like lefty or something. What? Seemingly online, because that's mostly what it is. Like, most people, I would say, your average fucking person will not fucking think like this, or they really don't really give much of a shit about this at all. But the only, like, dipshits who do this stuff are people who seemingly take a lot of fucking Russian money. There's also, like, Dropsite also talked about this shit specifically. They also had dipshit fucking takes because Ryan Grimm is a bit of a fucking campist himself. Who the fuck is Mark Ames again? I don't remember who exactly Mark Ames is. The name is familiar, but I don't remember exactly who this guy is. But I'm assuming also dipshit fucking tanky. What? Using pro-Palestine politics to Trojan horse for the empire. What'll the Dem left think of next? What kind of, like, fucking schizophrenia is this? Are you fucking stupid? What does this even mean? Are you fucking brain dead? Wait, are you unironically actually fucking brain dead? Dude, it's like, it's unironically, like, I think it's like with these people, I don't know, they do like weird race science shit sometimes with this stuff. It's just like, yeah, dude, you being pro-Palestinian, was always a Trojan horse for the fucking empire. Look at me, I'm doing, I don't know, like skull measurements next or something. Like, it's stupid. It's fucking nonsensical, dude. And, of course, our favorite little fucking dumbass here, our favorite left-wing grifter and Hassan cocksucker, Mike from PA. Imagine being 26 and deciding to tank your entire career because you wanted to be a warmonger and hawk against China. If you really fucking think that this is going to tank her political career because of this, you're fucking stupid. Like, you're unironically, I think, brain dead. Are people within Illinois' 9th going to give a shit about this? Literally, AIPAC just decided to run a six-figure ad campaign against her, and she's currently polling second in the race for Illinois' 9th. And you want to have, like, a schizophrenic conniption about this, Mike from PA? This is why nobody fucking thinks you're serious, Mike. And guess what? That fucking haircut you got on your fucking head, bro, is definitely not helping, bro. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. There's a reason why you're called Hassan Unt, okay? Because of your, I don't know, strange, like, complete cocksucking of fucking Hassan, and seemingly just complete inability to make any sort of, like, I don't know, like, coming up with, like, any form of opinions or thoughts or beliefs that are of your own, that are not in line with whatever Hassan says, because guess what? Without him, you would not fucking be able to have an existence online. You would not be a fucking streamer. Incredibly fucking goddamn stupid. But then again, would expect no less from Mike from PA. Your favorite guy. Who's this fucking guy? I take back all those kind words that I said about Kat Abu Ghazala. What the fuck is this? Kat the warmonger working with Zionists? What the fuck is, like, what are you talking about? What kind of, like, schizophrenia is this? Oh, this guy sucks. I've seen, like, one or two things from this guy. Pro-Palestine Marxist-Leninist grifter on TikTok. Gotcha, Boy Meets Mini. Oh, so this guy definitely has no idea about ASEAN sort of, like, geopolitics. Great, fantastic, excellent. Who else? Sana Saeed. I think I've seen this person before. Yeah, it's Zionist to be pro-Taiwan. Stupid, it's fucking nonsensical. Like, listen, these people will just make it all about fucking race science if they fucking could. Like, these people are genuinely insane. It's like, dude, like, if you're allies with someone, you should give them weapons for them to be able to defend themselves. And these people are all just in line with fucking Han Chinese ethno-nationalism. These people, if they, if the roles were reversed, would just be a bunch of fucking racists and unironic fucking nationalists. Incredibly fucking stupid. Oh, that's actually a pretty good point there, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, Israel does get most of its surveillance tech from the Chinese. Like, the Chinese are the second biggest trading partner with the Israelis. So it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, this is what happens when you're a fucking campus, right? And this is why these people are no different than basically fucking conservatives. They will just be like, oh yeah, dude, we're just gonna like put on our rose-colored glasses or rose-tinted glasses or whatever, and just have this inherent one way of thinking and not consider any of the fucking conditions on the ground that may have led to this. Like, if you were actual fucking anti-interventionists and anti-imperialists, guess what? You support the Ukrainians, you support the Taiwanese, you support the Iranians, you support the fucking Palestinians. That's literally it. Period. End of story. Like, listen, we could do a couple more, okay? Like, what? Free Sudan, free the Congolese from the Rwandans, I don't know, doing their imperialist actions. Free Myanmar from its military dictatorship. And I don't know, Viva la Resistance there, okay? Stop the embargo on fucking Cuba. Stop the I don't know, a bullshit going on in Venezuela. Yes, the Tamils, Elam in fucking Sri Lanka. Free the Tamils from the Sri Lankan fucking dipshits. Listen, that's just 11 things right there, okay? If we are consistent in terms of our anti-interventionist sort of takes here, then guess what? You should be, saying free for all of those things in particular. That huge-ass list that I said right here. But these people don't fucking give a shit about any of that stuff because, again, it's all about, like, red team versus blue team sports ball fucking bullshit. It's fucking stupid. Oh, and by the way, Tamil genocide, guess who fucking supports that? The US and the fucking Chinese. So, oopsie. Like, these people are not fucking consistent in anything. They don't fucking believe in shit. But here, Kat had to do a response to all of this. Why don't we take a look?
Today, reporting revealed an email sent by someone on my staff detailing my foreign policy. The answer surprised a lot of people, including myself. I want to be really clear, I did not know of that email's existence, and I would not have approved the language in said email. I was also not aware of...
Well. Oh, it didn't come from her, and it was just some random fucking But it's okay, we have, like, all these, like, 3 IQ dipshits instantaneously, like, jumping down her throat for, like, literally no reason. Stupid. Like, honestly, like, if these people, if, like, I don't know, they hit their head in a different way, would basically be, like, a bunch of fascist warhawk neocons, right? Like, no difference. It's no difference, because the problem is the way these people fucking think. That's the main issue.
Of certain aspects of this individual's background, and they are no longer on our staff. But part of the reason this email was so surprising is that I have been remarkably clear and open about my positions regarding foreign policy. In fact, if you want to read our foreign policy platform, as well as our page on a free and sovereign Palestine, you can go to capforillinois.com/issues. But let me be clear about where I stand on what was actually in that email. First off, the email describes me as an interventionist, which is not true. I have no idea why he would say that. I have never described myself as an interventionist. I am anti-war, anti-genocide, anti-imperialism, and anti-intervention, which is why I hold the positions I do.
Crazy. Here's the fuck, because again, like, okay. The problem is that a lot of these words have basically become buzzwords, generally speaking, right? So to be anti-imperialist actually means something. It means to be against people who are doing imperialist actions. Like I have said before, if the Russians and the Chinese were to deploy troops on the ground within Iran to help defend Iran, I would have no qualms with that whatsoever. Period. End of story. Because it is obvious and clear what the US and the Israelis are doing is an attempt at regime change within Iran. Period. End of story. It is clear fucking imperialism. It is being done at the behest of the Greater Israel Project in order to be able to knock out the main hegemon in the area that would be able to resist the Greater Israel Project, which is, Israeli fucking imperialism. So guess what? Doing anything necessary in order to be able to stop something like that, I think is good. Period. End of story. I have said that I'm okay with the Iranians having a nuke. I'm okay with the Taiwanese having a nuke. I am okay with the Ukrainians having a nuke. Because guess what? If it means stopping invasions from their very fucking annoying dipshit fucking neighbors who are looking to take over their territories for the express purpose of some schizophrenic ethno-nationalist fucking reasons, or in order to be able to secure legacies for themselves, or just for the sheer fact that they want to acquire more fucking land, then that is fine. I have no qualms with that whatsoever. Period. End of story. Yes, that's exactly a good fucking point there, Alex. Interventionism is a dumb fuck word equating helping to stop imperialism, e.g. Ukraine, and doing imperialism, e.g. Iran. Both are interventions. Exactly, Alex. But again, we're talking about Marxist-Leninists here. They don't give a shit. It's a buzzword. It sounds good in their fucking circles. And so, they just say, oh, interventionism this, intervention that, blah, 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 blah. Because it's a lot of the same language that was also used right around the time of, the Iraq War, which is where they got it from.
I've always believed and said that we should lead with diplomacy and humane foreign policy. I've been endorsed by Peace Action, the largest grassroots peace network in the world, and I firmly denounced Trump's moves to militarily intervene in Venezuela, Canada, Greenland, Iran, and elsewhere. Before I get into any other specifics, I want to add an initial caveat, and that's that military intervention is an absolute last resort. We need to lead with diplomacy. We should enforce regime change. And especially post-Trump, we need humane foreign policy. This means public diplomacy, the reinstitution and expansion of USAID, and reparations to the global south, particularly focused on renewable energy and infrastructure. Now, my leading principle in international affairs is the right to self-determination. When it comes to Ukraine, I
don't know. Unfortunately, you said USAID, Kat, so therefore the schizo gears in the minds of these people, it's currently turning, because a lot of these people have unironic fucking lizard brain, very similar to conservatives. There's a reason why I call these people basically no different than fucking conservatives. They'll hear USAID because there's been history of USAID being a CIA front in order to depose leftists. It's yes, that has happened. But is that happening anymore? No. Listen, because the exact same shit is being done by all of these imperialist powers. Imperialist powers are going to be fucking imperialist because of the fact that they are, very, very rich in a capitalistic fucking sense. The same shit happened with, the Soviet Union. The same shit is going on right now with the fucking Chinese. They are literally no different. It's called soft power, motherfucker. That's exactly how it's supposed to fucking work. It is supposed to be used as a tool in order to be able to gain and curry favor with a bunch of smaller countries. Hegemons and wannabe hegemons do this shit all the fucking goddamn time in a, game of fucking global positioning. That's how it fucking works.
To continue arming the Ukrainian people. Wars of aggression are illegal. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a war of aggression. That is an international crime. Putin is a despot, and he will not stop with Ukraine. We can support Ukraine by providing arms, ideally paid for through the seizure of Russian oligarch assets, but not with U.S. troops on the ground. Similarly, I believe that politically, we should adhere to the one China policy. But we should also eliminate strategic ambiguity when it comes to aiding Taiwan, so that way it can defend itself without putting U.S. boots on Taiwanese soil. The last thing any of us...
Whoa, it's fucking consistent. Listen, I'm not a particularly big fan of strategic ambiguity because I see it as basically a bunch of LARP cope shit by China, essentially saying that, listen, we have our Han ethno-nationalist goals, so we have to still say that we really want Taiwan in order to be able to, say that we won the fucking war. It's dog, the Civil War has been over for a very, very fucking long time. Just let it go, man. Just literally just let it go. It's so fucking stupid, man. Taiwan is effectively a country. They do all of the actions that any other country. They do diplomacy, they have embassies, they talk with people, they make deals with people, they do literally everything that a country would, all in name, because the only reason why they are in a country in everything but name is because of the ethno-nationalist fucking freaks that are populating the government of fucking China right now, who basically wanted to just get their quote-unquote win in terms of the fucking civil war in China. It's stupid, it's nonsensical, it's ridiculous.
Want is a war with China. This is an effort to make sure that doesn't happen. So that way we can make time to work towards diplomatic solutions. We need to reinvest in those diplomatic solutions, not just between China and Taiwan, but the US and China as well. We live in a globalized world. We need to work towards being partners with China in trade and innovation. But that's only possible through diplomatic solutions and international law. I know these are all controversial subjects, but self-determination is...
Sorry, Kat, that's a little too fucking lip-cucked for me. I am a Marxist-Leninist. It is all about, I don't know, Xi Jinping thought or some shit. Stupid. I don't know. Like, the things that these people believe are always going to be inherently fucking contradictory. Simping for some fucking capitalist fucking power, all because they use state power in order to do aggressive regulations against their goddamn, like, billionaires. I will give this to China. I believe the amount of billionaires within China has been going down rather than going up in comparison to every other sort of a capitalist nation. So, you know what? 2 claps for China. Good job, China. You're doing regulated fucking capitalism. Good work. Fantastic. You're still a fucking capitalist nation, bro. The proletariat don't own the means of production. There is no dictatorship of the fucking proletariat. You are essentially still no different than the fucking Soviet Union. You are still a state capitalist sort of enterprise that's still fucking capitalism, little bros, whether you fucking like it or not. Period. End of story.
Necessary in a democratic, globalized world. And that is true whether it's Taiwan, Ukraine, Palestine, or anywhere else. Invasion and aggression cannot be tolerated. The other caveat here is that any military aid for any reason must be conditional. I don't care if it's Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, or Mexico. If weapons paid for with our tax dollars are suspected of being used to commit crimes against humanity or war crimes, we need a full arms embargo. We have to make sure that war criminals are held accountable and put measures in place to ensure that those crimes are never committed again. I will never blindly vote for military aid. Every single bill will be a separate consideration that I will deeply think about and convey why I voted for or against it. I will not vote to deploy troops for forever wars, and I will continue to respect international law. But once again, any military aid, any military intervention must be an absolute last resort, and our troops cannot be used for an imperial agenda that will make other parts of the world worse. We need to focus on making our country better, and part of that is integrating into a globalized world. The American people are sick of our tax dollars being used for bombs instead of healthcare. We are sick of blind intervention and the military-industrial complex siphoning prosperity from us and the rest of the world for a quick profit. It is a moral imperative that we lead with diplomacy and aid, and that we make right wrongs from the past. A safer and healthier world through shared trade, infrastructure, and cultural exchange also leads to a safer and healthier America. You may agree or disagree with me on these issues, and that's fine. But this is where I stand, and I wanted to make sure it's clear, in my own words.
Seems pretty consistent to me, and pretty fucking simple. Unfortunately for, I don't know, morons like this, all these like fucking 3 IQ troglodytes, that's actually bad and stinky and wrong. Now, did they watch this video? Meh. Maybe, maybe not. Generally speaking, with how these people operate, it is very, very much so like, you said the thing wrong that goes against my fucking cult-like belief and thoughts. Therefore, you are inherently the fucking Antichrist. It's complete fucking sports bullshit with these people. Lunch table politics, fucking bullshit. I fucking hate this stuff so much. It's so fucking stupid and nonsensical. But here, Kat also went on to Breaking Points, who also did a bunch of, well, bullshit in terms of breaking the situation. In terms of the email from an advisor that she had that came out, that was an email that leaked from some other guy, from this foreign policy advisor. Did she vet it? Whatever. Who really gives a shit? It's time for, I don't know, the campists to essentially try to have a drama and basically sink a fucking campaign of the progressive within the goddamn race in Illinois' 9th district, where she is polling in second place, right? Polling second. It's pretty good, I would have to say. And because for whatever reason, she said the fucking wrong thing, and therefore she must be now completely dropped as a candidate and is still fucking terrible despite all of her other fucking policies, and her agreeing with our politics pretty much 99.9% of the fucking time. It's stupid, it's nonsensical. If, people need to be able to defend themselves, they're going to need military aid in order to be able to do that if they get fucking invaded. Whoa, shocker, I know, it's crazy, but again, In reality, a lot of these people who pretend to be staunch anti-imperialists are not actually staunch anti-imperialists. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's nonsense. They pretend that they read State and Revolution, but they barely understand anything from State and Revolution or any of, like, I don't know, Lenin's writings on fucking anti-imperialism. Anyway, let's take a look at this.
Let's talk then a little bit about your policy.
Yes, it's a good point, Boy Meets Mini. These idiots really can't picture China being a belligerent entity on the world stage. They are, especially in the South Pacific and Southeast Asia. Exactly, Boy Meets Mini. Those fucking islands, the reason why they build them is because they know, legally speaking, it's ambiguous in terms of the UN Charter. So that's why they keep building the islands and claiming this is our territory. But it's like, but you built that in international waters. That's not actually your fucking territory. You just built an island there. Like, that's not how that exactly works. But there's no statute in the law saying that you can't do that, so it's ambiguous on fucking purpose. Anyway, let's get into this.
Policy on Taiwan, and again, rather than quoting from the letter from the advisor, I'll just let you have the floor here of how you think that the U.S. should approach Taiwan and China.
Well, the Republicans want to use China as some boogeyman, and I don't think it has to be that way. We are in a globalized world. I am not.
Also, the Democrats as well. The Republicans, yes, absolutely, but the Democrats will also use China as a boogeyman. The reason why that's the case is, I think there was a Sarcasmatron video about this, talking about why China is, broadly speaking, used as a boogeyman. And guess who it was who started using China as a boogeyman? Oh, it was the Bush. I think it was Bush Sr. It was one of the Bushes. One of the Bushes started using China as a fucking boogeyman, and ever since, China became a boogeyman in fucking US media. Oh, shocker, I know.
And isolationist, but I want us to get to a point where China can be a partner with us in trade and innovation. I also have to balance that with the commitment that I have to self-determination and to promises that we have made in the past. Regarding Taiwan, I think one thing this email didn't get clear was the fact that any sort of military aid to Taiwan is an absolute last resort, not just after diplomatic options have been exhausted, but after we exhaust the diplomatic options after that. We need to be reinvesting in diplomacy between Taiwan and China, between Taiwan and the US, and the US and China. Additionally, we need to be politically adhering to the One China policy. If the Taiwanese people pass a referendum saying they want reunification with China, I'm absolutely supportive of that.
That is right there also the line that I take as well. If the Taiwanese people, and by the way, polling has already been done on this, the Taiwanese people are okay with the current status quo. That's it. It is about giving the Taiwanese people agency, something which the left is supposed to care about. I have no problem whatsoever if the Taiwanese people have a referendum saying they want to rejoin China. It's like, all right, that's their decision. They want to do that, they can do that. They haven't wanted to do that. It is about the people making the fucking decision. If we care actually about the will of the proletariat, and as communists and socialists, we should care about that, the will of the proletariat to be able to have agency and make decisions for themselves in inherently authoritarian structures like that of the factory floor, the corporation, the office, what have you. Then the same should also apply to being able to make state policy as well. But unfortunately, Marxist-Leninists don't actually believe in that.
That is their choice. But once again, invasion is where we draw the line. Even then, I don't support boots on the ground in Taiwan. I support...
That's true, Boy Meets Mini.
...defensive stance.
Like, the amount of, differing tribes of people that live within China is insane. You have, Tibetans that live in China, the Han the Han Chinese that exist, that's mostly, along the fucking east coast of China. People within the parts of South China look fucking different, and this has always been historically the case. People near the Himalayas look completely fucking different as well. People who are going to be more so closer to the steppe of, say, either Mongolia or the parts of Central Asia look completely different, have different things. The Uyghurs, for example, guess what? They all live in fucking China. They're nothing like fucking Han Chinese. The only reason, again, why the fucking Chinese want to invade Taiwan so badly is because they still think they're at war. It's nonsense. Stupid. No, the fuck you're not. This isn't some fucking North Korea, South Korea bullshit, okay? Not how that fucking works. Stupid. And because they have a bunch of Han ethno-nationalists, and in order to, distract from the fact that they are having economic problems. Stupid. Yes, exactly, Boy Meets Minnie. Yes, it is mainly existing social order and class structures from previous dynasties, which for some reason all these leftists want to maintain for some reason.
For Taiwan to be able to protect itself from invasion, to ensure that there is, a cost by trying to invade this country. But I also want to stress here that military aid should be conditional. And I don't care if it's Taiwan or Mexico. If we are providing military aid to a country, we need to ensure it's conditional, that crimes against humanity are not being systematically committed using our weapons paid for by our tax dollars. Additionally, I also want to stress that military aid is expensive. I also think we should be slashing the Pentagon's budget, and that we should be closing many of our military bases overseas. This is a massive cost, and we also need to be investigating companies and contractors in the military industrial complex that have essentially robbed the taxpayers of our money for their own profit.
So the current policy towards Taiwan is known as you've talked about, strategic ambiguity, where the U.S. won't say whether or not they're going to come in and actively defend in the case of a Chinese assault on Taiwan. Do you believe, as the memo says, and I believe that you've said elsewhere, but just get it directly from you, do you believe that policy should be altered? And how?
Here's the thing. If we had a president who wasn't a complete madman, like a complete psychopath, I would say let's not even touch it. If we had a president AOC here who was able to balance these things at one time, I would say...
You're not wrong, Trauma.
Absolutely, this is the policy to go with. But we don't have that. We have a guy who's waging a Christian war with Israel against Iran with zero provocation.
True.
We need to ensure that we are codifying major actions that we will need to take regardless of the president under this administration, especially because no one, the United States, China, any other country in the world, has any idea what would happen if China does invade Taiwan. Under this president, it could be wiping your hands clean.
This is true, by the way. Given the fact that the U.S. just invades countries just because they feel like it, guess what? If China just wanted to invade Taiwan just because they fucking felt like it, they could. They could. And then it ultimately becomes a question of, will the U.S. step in to be like, China, no, stop it. This is bad. We're going to help the Taiwanese. I don't think they would defend the Taiwanese. I'm going to be honest. I don't know, Trump would just do some whiff-waffly bullshit, and it'll turn into, some 1984, spheres of mega empire sort of, influence type shit. Which, I guess is the exact thing that fucking John Mearsheimer wanted. A conservative from the fucking Cold War. Let that fucking sink in. That all these people seem to defer to constantly because he's now a pro-Russian shill. Stupid, obviously. Did you know... Okay, because I want to say this real quick to all you Marxist-Leninist dipshits. Did you guys know that John Mearsheimer supported the Bay of Pigs? He supported that shit because it was consistent with his, idea of maintenance of spheres of influence. John Mearsheimer believed that all of the multipolar powers needed to maintain particular spheres of influence to prevent what exactly? Nuclear fucking war. So he felt... And he said that he has no problem with military intervention by the United States or the Soviet Union in particular fucking countries for these countries to be able to maintain those spheres of influence as a way to prevent nuclear war. And that a breaking of that sphere of influence was when the Russians tried to deploy nukes into Cuba and when the US deployed nukes into fucking Turkey. Because it's you're now in the fucking sphere of influence, right? Can't be fucking doing any of that shit. That's bad. But then again, these people, they don't fucking believe in any of this stuff. It doesn't matter. No one's fucking consistent in terms of any of this stuff.
And saying, I'm good. He could try to nuke it. We have
That's true, Boy Meets Minnie.
By codifying our response, we can ensure that there is that deterrence for more diplomatic solutions, which once again is the main thing. The last thing I want is war with China. But Trump is a madman, and we have no idea his response to anything on the foreign or domestic stage. This is why it's controversial to broach the subject at all, but why I did so.
So
just one quick follow-up. So just to make sure I understand what you're saying. So because Trump is a madman, you want to codify that the U.S. will definitely respond militarily if China moves on Taiwan.
Will provide military aid to Taiwan if asked to defend itself from an invasion. That military aid, of course, being conditional.
And aid means shipping.
Whoa, pretty fucking consistent with what is also... what was stipulated for the Ukrainians in the fucking Minsk Accords. Oh, crazy. It's you guys are getting invaded? Yeah, we'll send help to you. Now, of course, the U.S. is needle and diming a lot of that shit. Of course. Very, very cool. Fantastic. Excellent. And it's... I don't know. It's fucking incredible to me how they're just... People are, inconsistent in terms of this. It's just yeah, if you have an agreement with someone, you follow up with that fucking agreement. Incredible. It's so fucking stupid. It is nonsensical. Yeah, respond militarily. She did outmaneuver Ryan Grimm there. That is actually true. But then again, it's because Ryan Grimm is a fucking campist. Like, he does believe in well, he's not as bad in terms of like the pro-Russian stuff in comparison. He still is a campist. He still is overall a bit fucking pro-Russian and pro-fucking Chinese, and does the whole like, I don't know, 3IQ campist bullshit like a lot of these like ML types like to do all the fucking time. Yeah, he is also an Imran Khan dick rider for some reason. I know, like, basically everyone in I don't know, like the Indian subcontinent that are leftists are just like, why the fuck are you dick riding Imran Khan? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you fucking stupid? First, yeah, Imran Khan is like a right-leaning fucking populist. Like, you purport to be on the left, yet you're supporting the fucking right-wing populist. Very stupid. It's just nonsensical. It's dumb. Like, these people, again, if they just espouse like literally positions like, U.S. is bad, U.S. is just bad, it's just bad, guys, then that's good to them. It's stupid, it's nonsensical, it's a very lazy way of fucking thinking, and just basically just ignores a lot of the sovereignty of differing peoples within their fucking country for literally no fucking goddamn reason. But whatever. If it's good for China and bad for the U.S., therefore it has to be good, right? That's how that all thinks, guys. We have to be very, very black and white and team sportsy and all of it.
Weapons or aid means actively participating in and assisting
Shipping
in
weapons.
defense.
I know in the past I have said aid in intercepting missiles at the beginning of an invasion. I think that is on the table, but we should not have U.S. troops deployed on Taiwanese soil.
Well, I don't know. That seems pretty fucking consistent to also her Ukraine takes. Shocker. Now, what I wanted to also go through here is other left-leaning sort of candidates for Congress who are also having takes on, well, specifically what the U.S. position towards China should be. Now, here's Graham Plattner. Why don't we take a look?
I'm curious what he thinks the U.S. position toward China should be.
Oh, I think our position towards China should be one of cooperation instead of one of opposition.
Whoa, it's crazy. To see how easy it is? Now, because here's the thing. You can hold both positions, right? You can be willing to aid the Taiwanese militarily. Now, if we go through the rest of this, he doesn't really specify anything in terms of Taiwan specifically. I'm curious to see about what exactly Graham Plattner probably thinks about Taiwan. If he would, like, repeat all of the same, like, 3IQ Marxist-Leninist, like, talking points about this, which are very stupid. Very, very dumb fucking goddamn talking points. The fact that China is being treated as a boogeyman for the express purpose of the military-industrial complex to justify them having more fucking money, to buy more weapons, to do more R&D, quote-unquote, and also do a lot more interventions with that money for the express purpose of the benefit of military contractors. China, being that main big boogeyman after the Soviet Union fell, is the express purpose for that justification of funneling more fucking money. That's the point of all of this. But for whatever reason, I don't know, like, a lot of the MLs will get that particular point right. It's like, okay, good, yes. But then all of a sudden, like, they turn off their brains and say, like, well, therefore they should be, like, the Chinese should be able to, like, invade Taiwan, and the Russians should be able to continue with their invasion of Ukraine. It's like, no, that's not how that works, guys. Like, that's very, very fucking dumb.
I mean, in many ways, because that's what it is already. We just pretend that it isn't.
True.
One, I think we pretend that because it's good for the military-industrial complex.
Mm-hmm.
Politically, for some people, I think they want to see a continued multipolar world in which we have to always be in some form of aggressive.
I'm very glad that Graham Plattner is saying this specifically, all right? Because I've had this take before as well. And listen, this is going to be a bit of an edgy one, I suppose, for a lot of these dipshits. But here, I think that a multipolar world in the current late-stage capitalist sort of paradigm that we find ourselves under is bad. Period. End of story. Having multiple competing world superpowers like there was in the Cold War is, broadly speaking, not good for world stability. It makes it such that people within the peripheries are more likely to be easily fucking harmed. It makes it such that people are not going to be willing to cooperate with those they see as their fucking enemies, because it's always going to be an us versus them sort of mentality, and people's lizard brains are just going to activate in response to that. And it makes it such that the world, broadly speaking, is always in an incredibly unstable place. But guess what? The powers that be want that relationship to always be maintained, because it makes it such that they can justify funneling more and more money, wealth, and power to themselves. That is the fucking issue there. A multipolar world is, period, end of story, bad. A unipolar world is one that's going to be, generally speaking, better. Not because of the fact that the hegemon that's going to be at the top is going to be a good thing. Not because I agree with the hierarchical structure and nature of it. I am purely coming at this from the perspective of we are currently already living in a paradigm, economically speaking, where maintenance of hierarchy and systems of control are already put in place. To currently disrupt that on a global scale will make it such that a lot of people are going to be harmed. A lot of people are already being harmed, whether we fucking like it or not. Even with the current, it's not really, it's like kind of falling apart unipolar world, transitioning potentially into a multipolar world, because we're going to see a lot more fucking instabilities because of the byproducts of this fucking presidency. That's a fact. Period, end of story, because of how much of a madman fucking Trump is, which is not a good thing. That's a bad thing. A lot of people are going to suffer and die because of it. Because of, the inherent, shaking of the world order in the way that it's been done. Very, very sudden, and not in, a careful sort of sense with keeping the people in mind. It's because of all the, Epstein-class billionaire pedophile elites, but whatever. Having a unipolar world, given the hyper-commodified late-stage capitalist system that we currently find ourselves under, is significantly, not significantly, but better in comparison to that of a multipolar sort of world that we found ourselves in during the fucking Cold War, because everything was inherently unstable and there was fucking constant wars happening every other fucking goddamn day. Currently what is it essentially trying to be established right now.
Almost war posture, much like we had against the Soviet Union, which I just see as absurd, because China, we rely on many of the cheap goods China builds. China relies on us to buy them. We have a very integrated economy, which we pretend isn't happening.
Yeah. This is also a very fucking good point here, specifically by Graham Plattner, bringing up the fact that it's our economies are already so fucking integrated to the degree that they are. We're just doing this stupid strategic ambiguity bullshit for just because of the fact that China just wants to do some Han ethno-nationalist fucking bullshit with Taiwan, and we're just all deciding to go along with China's fucking cope about this. It's very fucking stupid. But here, an example of what I would say is a bad answer. So Oliver Larkin, I believe, is the running for Jared Moskowitz's seat in Florida 23rd District. Great, fantastic. He's a democratic socialist. All of his previous answers to every other question was a good answer, period, end of story, blah, 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 blah. Then we get to Taiwan. Eric Hovagim, specifically, was a TikTok creator who basically talked a lot about the history of Israel's interventionisms and also a lot of the relationships that Israel would maintain with a bunch of other powers in terms of distributing weapons, right? Cool, great, fantastic. Shitting on Israel is always good. And then Eric Hovagim basically just became Max China shill. Became an American expat, moved to China, and broadly speaking just started parroting a bunch of Chinese fucking propaganda. Yeah, I don't really like this guy all that much because I just hate all propagandists of all fucking goddamn forms. I think they are complete fucking dog shit. Why don't we take a look at an example of a bad answer to this question?
Yes. Recognize Taiwan as a part of China.
That question inherently already that is ethno-national, or not ethno-nationalist, but that is nationalist fucking framing, right? Why should China recognize Taiwan? Why should Taiwan be recognized as a part of China? Rather, why? Is that going to be approved by the people? Who's going to administer that? Is the state going to be okay with this? If there's a referendum held by the Taiwanese people and they want to become one with China, that's their prerogative. That's the choice of the fucking people. Now, would Eric Hovigan be the kind of dude who would incentivize like a coup or potential rigging of an election? I'm speculating here. In order to be able to have that become a reality? Maybe. I wouldn't put it past some like bunch of China shills like that. They would definitely want to do some shit like this. And guess what? I'd be against that. It's the same thing like with the quote-unquote elections, the referendums that the Russians held in Ukrainian fucking territory, saying like, oh, do you want to fucking join the Russians? And it's just like, yes in a giant circle, and like no in like a tiny little circle. It's like the same thing that Hitler did during during like the Anschluss and shit like that, saying like, oh, do you, or not the Anschluss, or during like elections, it's like, oh, are you going to vote for me? Yes in a giant circle, or yes in a fucking smaller circle. It's just like, it's a sham, it's nonsensical, you can't fucking do any of that bullshit. It's just like, if the people want to join, they should have a referendum, and then guess what? If it passes, and then they join. Period. End of story.
I'd support that. Yeah, the United States, this kind of arm's length, militarily funding Taiwan, this belligerent kind of antagonistic approach with one of our largest economic and trading partners.
So, by the way, this isn't an answering of the fucking question, and Oliver right here is just completely and wholeheartedly ignoring what the Taiwanese people would want. Would the Taiwanese people want to be recognized as part of China? Eric here is not going to provide any pushback because, again, he's just a China shill and he'd be okay with that. If the people have a referendum and they want to join China, then that's their choice. And you should respect that. Period. End of story.
I think it's stupid. The United States cannot continue with this level of brinksmanship where we're constantly on the edge of war with so many people that are really, again, intertwined with our economy. So, no, it's not our business. We should not be propping up a proxy state for the United States to, again...
Yeah, and this is the other part. This is why this fucking answer is bad. Taiwan's not a fucking proxy state of the United States of America. So, again, does that mean every country that gets aid from the United States of America, like, say, through USAID, is effectively a fucking proxy state of the United States of America? Is every state on the planet now a proxy state of the United States of America? That's fucking stupid and nonsensical. That is obviously not the fucking case. Dumb, ridiculous, but then again... China shills. We're talking about fucking China shills here.
Commit ourselves in a stupid and insane military conflict.
Okay, that's like, oh, supporting the Taiwanese with weapons if they were to get invaded by a aggressive neighbor is the exact same thing with that's going on within Ukraine, and that's totally fine, completely fucking consistent. But yeah, what else is there to really say? Kat said nothing wrong in terms of Taiwan. Period. End of story. Her actual fucking response to all of this is perfectly fucking consistent with what the will of the Taiwanese people want. And the only reason why these Marxist-Leninist dipshits basically don't like what she said is because they don't actually have a respect for self-determination or democracy or, in reality, the dictatorship of the proletariat. These people are all fucking LARPers, and they only pretend to believe in Marxism is because, well, in reality, they are totally okay with all of the fucking bullshit from fucking Stalin. That's literally it. Marxism-Leninism is some LARP cope shit made up by fucking Stalin in order to justify his state ideology. Period. End of story. And if you don't like it, cope and fucking seethe about it. I could really give less of a flying fuck. If you want to say that you respect the determinations of the fucking proletariat, that you actually care about what they want as a sort of, I don't know, like a political bloc, then you should be willing to actualize that. you should be willing to actually fucking respect decisions that they decide to make, whether you fucking like it or not. That's democracy. Unfortunately, people are kind of fucking stupid. It is up to you to educate people in order to be able to have more fucking effective outcomes. That's politics, baby, whether you fucking like it or not. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. I guess I should also should have specified positions on fucking revolution. Yeah, if I don't know if the people have like a revolution, in order to be able to, and if it's like a violent deposition of their rulers, that are inherently fucking exploiting them, that's totally fine. I have no problems with that whatsoever. I mean, the same thing fucking it happened in Nepal. There's a revolution in Nepal. And I am totally fucking okay with the revolution in Nepal. I have zero qualms with what happened in Nepal. Okay, I'm gonna fucking save this. I went on too fucking long with the cat stuff. God damn it. Yeah, it's all color revolutions, guys. It provides no evidence for saying it's a fucking color revolution. Yeah, it's stupid, dumb. I hate these people, man. Like, these people are... Like, these people really do, I think, spit on the legacy of Karl Marx by being inherently fucking anti-democratic, because fucking... Marx believed in democratic fucking principles. Like, what do you think the dictatorship of the proletariat is? It is inherently fucking democratic, but whatever. Like, these people that don't believe in anything. It's stupid. It's so dumb. Anyhow. Oh, I should also say, I got my... I finished my fucking courses today on Python, so that's cool. Hooray for me. I'm becoming a Python expert, folks. Well, I'm an expert. I know so much about Python. You're becoming a tech bro? That's probably true. Boy Meets Minnie, you know what to do. To Alex Royvoss with the snarkiness, you know what to do. Alright, we got fucking snake posters. SMH my head. What other snake Pokemon exist? I guess there's Earthworm, but Earthworm is a worm. What other snake Pokemon exist? In Pokemon. Superior? Superior is a snake. Yeah, Superior clears all of them. Superior is the superior snake Pokemon, period, end of story. Contrary Leaf Storm? Yeah, it's broken. Alright, let's get started with this stuff. Day 10 of Iran War Watch. I don't know, it's like... we're being fucking silly and ridiculous right now, okay? Currently, the latest update of Iran, I suppose, for lack of a better term, is now the Iranians are beginning to lay mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, for those who may not know, listen, if we do a little bit of a geography lesson, the Strait of Hormuz is basically Okay. You have the Persian Gulf, and the Strait of Hormuz is the tiny little sliver of ocean between, I believe it would be Qatar, and also, or not Qatar, Oman, or UAE. It's the Qatar, I believe the other side is the UAE side, right? UAE and also the Iranians, it's a small sliver of water where about 20 to 30% of the world's global oil supplies, natural gas, a bunch of other sort of products as well. It turns out, guys, we make a lot of stuff from petroleum-based products go through there, and the Iranians are basically laying a bunch of mines in there. They've closed the Strait of Hormuz. A bunch of the Gulf states and Arab states, broadly speaking, the oil-producing states, have stopped producing a lot of fucking oil. For what reason exactly? Well, A, because they're fearful that the Iranians might hit them. But B, because of the fact that they would just be sitting on a bunch of tankers, basically not going anywhere, and just kind of like sitting in port doing nothing. So they're just like, well, I guess we're going to stop producing for now, because fuck it. What's the point? They're all just going to be stuck in port anyways, because we can't go through the Strait of Hormuz. And I'm just going to tell you right now, because the current plan of the Iranians makes a lot of sense to me. They're basically trying to make it as painful economically for the entirety of the world as possible. Saying, like, guys, all we wanted was just to be left alone. Not to get, like, randomly fucking invaded by the Americans and the Israelis for literally no fucking reason. Which most people agree that they did get invaded for literally no reason by the Americans and the Israelis. Like, literally, Lindsey Graham and Benjamin Netanyahu jingled some fucking keys for Trump, and then he decided to invade Iran as a byproduct. It's like, oh, great, fantastic. That's exactly what fucking happened with this quote-unquote, I guess, war that's happening in Iran. It's stupid, it's nonsensical, it's fucking, well, ridiculous. Yeah, the Christian evangelicals decided to jingle the end times bells, and Trump was just like, ooh, bells, I like bells, bells are nice, I'm gonna do an invasion of Iran now. It's just like, what the fuck are we doing here, guys? Genuinely fucking insane. But if one of those mines, by the way, hits a fucking tanker or hits any ships that comes through the Strait of Hormuz, that's going to be a disaster. We're talking about like Suez Canal, thick dumpy cargo ship, thick sort of like disaster in terms of global trade and economy type disaster, right? Like, I think it was about 11% or 20% of global trade was stopped because of that one cargo ship that got stopped in the middle of the fucking Suez Canal because of complications with that ship. We're talking about that sort of relative scale. But here, we are going to take a quick look at the sort of potential consequences for oil prices that is more than likely going to happen because of the Strait of Hormuz basically being completely closed. Because here's the thing with mines. Very often there's a ton of stories of like I think in Laos or Cambodia, Laos and Cambodia, instances of mines from the Vietnam War that are still discovered, I think to this day, that are unexploded fucking ordnance and children losing limbs because of those unexploded mines, right? That's a thing that still happens, broadly speaking, even right now. You put a bunch of mines within the Strait of Hormuz, same shit's going to happen because sure, mine's relatively easy to lay down. You get in a boat, you put it there, and then you fuck off. That's it. You set it and you forget it. Cleaning that shit up after the fact, when the war is over and whatever, that's a big fucking pain in the ass. And that's exactly what Iran basically wants to do. They want to make it as much of a pain in the ass for the United States and show the rest of the world it's just like, guys, look at how much of a pain in the ass these motherfuckers here are basically creating for literally no reason. We just want to make it literally as difficult as possible for people to be able to participate within the global economy because of the fact that Iran, or not Iran, but Israel and the United States just basically decided to attack us for no reason. And guess what? We should all suffer for this. I definitely agree with this. Period. End of story. It makes perfect fucking sense. It's just like, because there should be consequences for actions like this. you shouldn't just go around and just randomly fucking bomb people. For what purpose exactly? Because some random dude decided to jingle keys at you, talk about you maintaining fucking legacies, and broadly speaking, just being like, oh yeah, dude, wouldn't it be like really heckin' epic and cool for you to just start bombing Iran for our death cult? Well, I'm just saying, it's gonna be really, really cool, and it's gonna look really, really good. You're gonna be basically treated as the second coming of Jesus, bro. And Trump's just like, yeah, I do want to be treated as the second coming of Jesus. Yeah, sure, fuck it. Yeah, we'll start bombing Iran. Greater Israel. Yeah, it's time for the rapture. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, genuinely insane. But I want to take a look at this.
Iran has begun laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. This is according to two people familiar with the matter. It's another major complication as the world's top oil exporter warns there could be, quote, catastrophic consequences for oil markets if the conflict keeps disrupting ship and oil tanker traffic through the strait.
We already know that this has had a huge fucking disruption, right? Like, still, the oil futures, or rather WTI crude, the price of barrels of oil have shot up significantly, right? They used to be about, I think it was like $60. Yeah, about $60, pretty low, historically speaking, coming down significantly from 2022 as a byproduct of the Russia-Ukraine war. It peaked at around like $119 a barrel. I think that's the highest it got before the G7 countries decided to bail out the war. Not the war, but the United States of America and the rest of the world by opening up the strategic reserves. So, well, it decided to still peter out. It still went up by about 50%. It's going down very, very slowly, right? As the oil probably needs to begin to circulate throughout the market, obviously, with the strategic reserves. So, this will probably still go down a little bit, but overall, in comparison to what it was, it's still up by about 30%. 30%, something like that. Still, obviously, really, really fucking bad, and it's all because of, again, a war of choice done by the, Americans and the Israelis. That's a good point, Alex, yeah. How are they laying mines? I thought it was at the bottom of the sea, as Trump constantly said. Oh, it was a lie? It was a lie.
He says beyond upending shipping and insurance, the ongoing disruption could snowball, threatening aviation, agriculture, and other industries. A short time ago, the White House repeated President Trump's promise.
Jet fuel, I think, has already gone up significantly in price as a result of this. Obviously, gas prices have gone up a lot because of this as well, because of, again, a war of choice by, well, the Americans.
To provide government-backed insurance as well as naval escorts to keep tankers moving. So far, those shipping companies...
Yeah, so that's the current proposal of the Trump administration. I forget the name of the company, but basically they said that they're going to provide insurance for ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz. For all the constant talks about, Trump wanting to, give more money back to the taxpayers and give way more sort of agency for the taxpayers. Giving a bunch of because he's definitely going to fund this specifically through fucking taxpayer funding. Let's be honest here. That's what he's going to do. It's going to just fuck over the fucking taxpayers. Absolutely. He's willing to give insurance and also naval escorts to ships, like, going through the fucking Strait of Hormuz. By the way, it's Operation fucking Epic Escort. That's true, Boy Meets Finny. Genuinely fucking insane that this is the case that we find ourselves under. It's just like, dog, it was okay before you started just randomly fucking bombing the Iranians for no reason and trying to do a decapitation strike for no reason because you wanted to facilitate a regime change within Iran. Stupid. It's just nonsensical. If you had any idea about how the Iranian government works, that wouldn't have fucking worked. Nonsense. But here, Trump, he's had a response to this. He seems to be rather distraught about the fact that, wait, hold on, why is Iran doing this? That's a little fucking weird. Why would they do this? They need to be stopped. They have to do this. They need to remove it. Why aren't they doing this? Why don't we take a look? If Iran has put out any mines in the Strait of Hormuz Strait, and we have no reports of them doing so, lies, of course, but huff that fucking copium, we want them removed immediately. Sorry, Trump. Cope, seethe, shit your pants, I don't know, seethe, mauled, dilate, I don't know, cope about it. Like, buddy, this is and this is a point that I think has been brought up before. The only reason why people, like a lot of people like Trump and people within power feel like they can get away with this is because there is basically no consequences to them, because there's no bigger sort of boogeyman and bigger power that can essentially stop the Americans from carrying out strikes like this without any provocation from the United States of America or Israel, right? And guess what? It turns out that's actually not the case, right? And these people felt like they were invincible, when in reality, well, there is actually consequences for a lot of your stupid fucking actions that you take abroad for literally no fucking reason. Like, this was obviously something that was going to happen. Them starting to mine and close off the Strait of Hormuz in order to be able to just choke off a important aspect of global trade that they have, like a big major say within, and that's of course oil fucking experts. It's stupid. Actually, Boy Meets Mini, that's not true. A lot of minesweeping vessels within America have actually been decommissioned, and a lot of that has been delineated to allies. The Americans are currently begging for allies to be able to send minesweeping vehicle or ships in order to be able to start taking care of the seaborne mines. Yeah. Yep. Like, it was obvious that the Iranians were going to fucking set up mines, and a bunch of allies have said, like, yeah, we really don't want anything to do with any of this stuff. So good luck trying to get all those minesweeping vehicles that you need now desperately, because the American Navy decided to shirk on a bunch of minesweeping vehicles instead of, I don't know, like Trump's LARP fucking battleship instead. So fucking stupid, dude. If for any reason mines are placed and they are not removed forthwith, the military consequences to Iran will be at a level never seen before. Yeah, dude, what, you're gonna fucking sink their navy again? I thought their navy was already sunk. How are they laying out the mines? Stupid. If, on the other hand, they remove what may have been placed, it will be a giant step in the right direction. President Donald J. Trump. Huff that fucking copium, buddy. Dog, you decided to attack the Iranians for literally no fucking reason. And guess what? Iran has the right to defend itself, whether you fucking like it or not, okay? They want to set up mines in the Strait of Hormuz to make it, like, literally as terrible, as possible for people to engage in global trade because of your dumbass fucking policies, because someone jingled some keys for you, because of Israel or some shit. Someone jingled some keys and you were just like, ooh, the keys, I want the keys. Like, this is what you fucking get, dude. Actions have fucking consequences, whether you fucking like it or not. Period, end of story. Yeah, that's a good point there, Alex. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna put boots on the ground? The Iranian protesters have made it rather clear that they're not actually gonna help. You're trying to arm Kurdish groups, and they have said, like, yeah, we want basically nothing to do with this. Like, what are you gonna do? You went into this war with literally no plan, no manufacturing, any consent for this fucking goddamn war, and you just decided, if we just kill the Ayatollah forehead, it's going to, I don't know, somehow work out. It's like, no, that's not how that fucking works. It's stupid. It's nonsensical. Obviously it wasn't going to work out, and guess what? You've only, put in a hardliner now. I believe the son of the Ayatollah has now been officially recognized with the Iranian people, so he's currently in place, and guess what? He vowed to take revenge against, the fucking goddamn United States and Israel. Like, it's, in every way that this could have been a disaster, this ended up being a complete disaster here for the Trump administration. That's true, Boy Meets Vinny. The Taliban are currently basically don't want anything to do with it. Literally nobody wants anything to do with this. It was just a stupid fucking strike that Trump did because Lindsey Graham jingled some fucking keys in front of him. That's literally it. But here, as we all know, current sort of updates right now with what's going on within, Iran. They're striking Saudi Aramco oil facilities. They're also hitting Amazon data centers as well. Because this is exactly what they should be doing. Hit them where it fucking hurts. Hit them where it hurts in terms of all the money, right? Because eventually, people within power are going to be like, okay, Trump, you've been molesting the money a little too much. Again, we're going to fucking stop all this bullshit. Yeah, dude, like, think about it, right? What's a good way to potentially cause I don't know, a huge crash within the fucking global economy? Hitting data centers for AI and shit like that, right? Something that there's a huge amount of fucking speculation in and a huge amount of money that's been put into this. Hit that shit, destroy it, fuck it, whatever, who cares? Cause as much economic damage as possible to force the Americans to come to the table. As far as I'm concerned, these are all fucking wins right here for fucking for the Iranians. Causing as much pain as possible, because guess what? One of the new talking points rather that basically the Republicans are going with is saying like, there's going to be some short-term pain for some long-term gain, right? Short-term pain for long-term fucking gain. It's cope. It's complete fucking bullshit. It's just like, dog, the gain was literally already there, and you just decided to do a random fucking goddamn war for no fucking goddamn reason, and now as a byproduct, as a result of that, we're just suffering consequences for no reason. Like, what long-term gain are you exactly getting here? The Shah is not going to be putting on the, I don't know, throat, like the leadership of Iran. The Ayatollah is still fucking in place. Nothing fucking happened, and nothing literally changed. It's stupid. Like, the decapitation strike and air power, like regime change through fucking air power, has never fucking worked. It's stupid. It's nonsensical. It's not going to do anything. What is this? Service health, UAE disrupted. And that's the byproduct of the strike right there. There's been disruptions to AWS. That's so fucking funny, man. Yeah, because it got fucking bombed by the Iranians. That's hilarious. But yeah, it's so fucking goofy. Like, I believe that recently, based off of what Brian Krasenstein is saying here, Saudi officials accused the U.S. of abandoning Saudi Arabia and redirecting its air defense to protect Israel. They left all the Gulf states that host American military bases at the mercy of Iranian strikes. Fucking hilarious. Whoa, this is what you fucking dumbasses get for trying to make a deal with the United States and also Trump, who's, I don't know, wholeheartedly captured by Israel at this fucking point. I believe some THAAD units, because the radar for the THAAD units got knocked down. Same with some THAAD units as well. I think there's only like 8 of them deployed around the world. There are some within Korea that are deployed there. There are reports saying that they are taking the ones deployed in Korea and are moving them towards fucking Israel. Again, this has always been about protecting and basically going ahead with one sort of set of interests and one set of interests only. That being fucking Zionist interests. And it makes sense why the Gulf states are going to be particularly pissed about this. The only reason why they're playing patty cake right now with Israel is because they want U.S. weapons and they want U.S. fucking defense contractors to give them a bunch of weapons. That's literally the only reason why they're playing patty cake with Israel. That's the point. Because in reality, nobody within the Middle East likes Israel. Like, Israel, for example, is bombing Lebanon again for some fucking reason. They are gearing up for another invasion of Lebanon. After the invasion that they failed to do about like 2 fucking years ago. Jesus Christ, it's genuinely fucking insane. And it's all for the express purpose of basically just protecting a complete psychotic set of fucking madmen currently in power, that being Benjamin Netanyahu and fucking Donald Trump. And all for this like ridiculous fucking conspiracy theory and death cult that's basically supported by about 30 to 60 million people within the United States of America. That's the sort of like ridiculousness that we're sort of operating at right now. It's honestly like this is what we all get. You know, this is what we get. I think we all deserve this. I'm going to be honest. Like, this is what we get for basically allowing the madmen in power to just take the fucking wheel and just do, like, whatever the fuck they want. This is the byproduct. This is the consequences. But yeah, like, what else is there to really say? Mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Data centers are getting bombed. more oil fields are getting bombed, and the Gulf states are getting fucking pissed. This is going exactly as to how the Iranians wanted, to drive a wedge between the United States and the fucking Gulf states, forcing them to make a decision. Be like, hey, choose Israel or US fucking hegemony. And the United States is making it rather clear. They'd rather choose fucking Israel out of all of this. When, broadly speaking, popularity against Israel, or in the United States of America, has completely fucking turned. It's fucking over for Israel. They have basically nothing left. The American people, for example, now sympathize more with the Palestinians in comparison to Israel. It is over. They have lost the propaganda battle. And that's why they're like buying all these like media institutions, right? Because it's the final dying, flailing throes of a dying fucking ideology, that being fucking Zionism. It has been made rather clear, especially with this war within Iran, that this ideology is basically completely fucking dying, and they have to do everything possible in order to get their, I don't know, evangelical sort of death cult put into place, so then they can have, I don't know, some justification for their existence. Because guess what? That's the only way that Israel can ever justify its existence, generally speaking, is through war. Their economy is tied to war. Period. End of story. Which is why they decided to go along with all these like dumbass strikes within Iran to begin with. It's silly, it's nonsensical, and it's always been incredibly fucking stupid. Don't think there's really much else to say besides Israel and the United States of America are the great satans of the planet. Dubai is literally British Empire final boss. UK expats with tax-free and luxury high-rises. Of course. State is run by elite Emirati families. Oh, whoa. Shocker. It's almost 4 in the morning. Wokch. We'll save Zohran Mamdani for tomorrow, folks. Oh yeah, that's definitely the case. This shit's definitely all fucking connected to Britain. I don't disagree with that whatsoever, Boyman Smitty. I mean, the only reason why the UAE exists is because of Britain. The only reason why we currently find ourselves in the position that we find ourselves under is because of Lord Balfour, so Britain. The only reason why we currently find ourselves... that is true, you are also racist. The only reason why we have all of the turmoil within Iran to begin with is because of, oh, British Petroleum. Whoa, shocker. I know. We're raiding out to real Radham. That's who we're raiding out to today. Alright, gamers. You know what to do, you know what to say, of course, in our raid messages. Transcribe with the Daho Raid Bot if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho Raid Bot. That's how we show appreciation. Those are Tankies gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And what? It's going to be more and more of the same bullshit. More Factorios and more fucking yapping about, I don't know, topics de jour that I somehow run into. Any case, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.